who are famous for being like theologically educated in ancient educated in ancient Greek, and all these church fathers who read the text, they didn't have half a brain. Like, that's a very reasonable take.
I don't know why church fathers are somehow an authority. I mean, for us, we're not obviously going to accept that. So you're just presupposing the authority of the church fathers. I don't agree with that. Don't fix that, dude. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The point is, the scripture clearly prohibits these things. You can try to do all this back.
No, it doesn't. We just saw the text. The text obviously can be interpreted in two different traditionalist ways. Both of these ways are conservative. Both of these interpretations are conservative.
The apparent
Neither of
meaning
them
for it,
is like
the apparent is what Andrew says is a lyric. What are you trying to do here?
Like there are
It's really obvious.
Like there are two trad interpretations here. Like I support neither of them. My view is the progressive view that being gay is fine, having gay sex is fine. Like and Andre and Andrew are like opposing two trad interpretations against each other. And like Andrew, like for some reason, like is so motivated that he cannot see the fact that the text allows for both his and Andrew's interpretation.
Yeah, I have, and you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I just want you to get like theologically, academically smashed on this. I mean, you are so stupid when it comes to this. It is so clearly the case that the Old Testament is consistent with the New. We don't believe there's it is not like disconnected. Okay, the two have been consistent. No, you don't. It is a prohibition against same-sex relationships on the female side and the male side.
It's just a fractally wrong statement and biblically illiterate statement.
To promote the woke agenda.
I'm willing to say that there's a valid interpretation. It's whatever Andrew wants, because you can interpret this shit a bajillion different ways.
Well, yeah,
so,
sure.
fine. But guess what, Andrew?
And at that point,
We don't care if the book says it.
means anything, and we can interpret it, Dr. Seuss, to mean we're all God.
But just, consider somebody else coming to you and they have a random book that says a bunch of shit, and they're like, well, I think this is God.
Yeah, I know.
And you're just like, well, I don't care that your book says that.
Well, look, all I'm saying is that I don't think when it says men sticking their penis in another man's anus is a sin, that means that New York pizza is really good. I don't think that. I think that these things have some clarity.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does mean that.
Being on a pedestal, you think that it was okay for women to be lickety pot? That's what y'all saying? Come on now. Like, Andrew is right on this one.
It's just a stupid
It
thing to be
makes no goddamn difference.
try to act like that what's going on when you have Jesus saying, for this reason, a man left his parents and went with a woman. All these different, just clear modeling over and over and over again. You never see a same-sex relationship being promoted. You never see God. Please. You never see God saying, "Oh yeah, dudes, go get. I led you by providence to another man's door. You two be together, and I'm gonna sanction. This is a great idea."
Yeah, he does.
That you never see that.
Yes, he does.
No. Your Jonathan and David stuff are in the garbage that people.
Yeah, they love each other more than they love. Jesus mentions sexually active homosexual people being saved. Like that's only the text. It's just that you are too blind to see it because you can't even see this.
And Jesus has a beloved disciple,
and they like together.
No, I mean, seriously, that's how far it's gone, Noel. It's the
Like,
motivation.
Andrew, you make room for it. That's why.
Yeah, but nobody can. I don't look. I, for one, don't give a shit.
Really, Soli is saying he doesn't care about it at all. But if it were the case,
Like, maybe the Bible is against gay people.
But Andrew,
Noel,
let me just say this. When I tell you that nothing has changed, and you're like, oh, well, Paul said, you're doing the
I didn't
exact
say
same
that's
thing.
the wrong approach. That's the wrong approach.
That's what I'm telling you. It's the wrong
I know, but
approach.
what you just said is the wrong approach. It's not that, that I'm making way for it because I think, well, Paul said, no, I say, well, God said, and let's follow the continuity of what God said.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
But
No.
Well,
Here's
the
just
law,
the real.
commandments, then he's preaching the exact same thing that all the prophets.
Noel, it's real simple. Let's just refute right out the gate. Ready? Do we sacrifice animals? Yes or no? You're going to say no. Why?
There's no simple.
Okay, fine. There's no temple. There's some
That's
reason.
why there's no
The point-
sacrifice in the Levitical priesthood. There's no Levitical priesthood.
Noel, my point
But
is that's a change, okay?
No, Andrew.
Yes, it is. No.
No,
Yes,
Andrew.
do we sacrifice animals?
Andrew,
Yes or no? No. Just answer this
You
question.
have to allow me to.
I
I
will.
said no. I gave you your answer, so you should allow me to elaborate.
What about when the Ten Commandments change?
Allow me
You got a second set of
I will allow you to be honest right out the gate. Do we sacrifice?
No, I said no.
Okay, so can you just answer this question? Don't say anything other. Please just answer this question. Is it the case that the practices that we do, okay, as Christians, that we do, have those changed?
But what? Okay.
Just say yes
Yes,
or no.
Christians.
Thank you.
Yes, Christians.
Thank you.
Yes, because they're not educated.
No,
about
don't
the
do that.
law,
Don't do
Andrew.
that. Fine, do that. Fine.
You said I can
No,
expound.
let me fix it. Let me
You
fix
said
it.
I can expound.
Let me fix it because of what you just did.
Okay.
People who follow Christ, people, I don't care, you want to call them Christians, whatever you want to do, people who are following what God is having them do, is it the case that they are sacrificing animals right now? Are they?
Right now, no, but
No, they're not. No, they're
So
not.
can I go?
So hold on. So Noel, so here's
Oh
what
my
I want
gosh, you trying to box me in? I see. Go
No,
ahead.
here's all I want you to know. That I'm making one very simple point here, and it's just
Right now, they're not doing it.
That's right.
Correct.
I'm making a simple point here. The reason I'm doing that is to get the freaking door open so we can get past this crazy mindset that people have that anything that God established in the Old Testament must be happening now. No, that is not correct. There are things that God has established that have changed. That clearly is the case. Now we can argue about what those things are. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to get that freaking door open so we quit doing
Okay.
it like, oh, let's not have.
So
any-
can I, Andrew?
Yeah,
get
go ahead. Go ahead.
So, in the Levitical priesthood, when they talk about the law in Deuteronomy or Numbers or Leviticus, it tells you what has to happen in order for there to be a sacrifice. There has to be a temple, there has to be a Levitical priesthood established, and you have to do it in the land. There's so many laws and so many provisions that have to be accomplished in order for it to get done. The temple was destroyed. So when the temple was destroyed, you can't follow the law. That doesn't necessarily mean that the law is done away with, or that it's not. If there was a temple that was established, then the sacrifices will occur. They will still be happening to this day. Even when the kingdom comes back, there's going to be a reestablishment of the Levitical priesthood, and that's in Ezekiel. But the Christians don't read that. So I say all that to say, no, it has not changed. And after Christ died, when James called to the forefront and had a conversation with Paul, he said, go do a sacrifice and take the Nazarene vow, so that you can show people that you are following the law and the prophets and you're not teaching anything different. And he did it with two other gentlemen. So when you say that they're not sacrificing anymore, it's not because God said don't do it. It's because the provisions in order to do it are not established anymore. That's what it is. But the law has not changed.
Yeah, so
The temple was established, and if there was a Levitical priesthood, to this day, they should be doing sacrifices.
But
That's
you're
right.
the fact that the Bible is so full of errors and stupidities that means that none of this is relevant to our lives at all because it's all fucking fairy tale bullshit and retarded. You ever think of that? You ever ponder that, like,
Yep, 100%.
hundreds of errors in the fucking Bible and all the fucking stupid shit about raping women and fucking burning people alive means that this is probably not from God. It's just a bunch of Bronze Age retards writing down their books. You ever think, like, maybe it's just a bunch of fucking retarded fairy tales? Every culture in human history came up with a mythology.
No, it's impossible.
Ancient Sumerians had a mythology. Ancient fucking Assyrians had a mythology. Ancient fucking Polynesians had a mythology. Every fucking group of people has a fucking mythology. And it's probably fucking stupid. And especially given that it literally contradicts itself. Like, literally over and over contradicts itself. And then also has brutal, barbaric stupidity in it, where you're taking women that you fucking captured in war and taking them for your wives and burning women alive. Yeah, maybe this is not from God, guys. Maybe God is real and speaks to all of us when we meditate on the better angels of our nature and we think about, like, what would be good and like think about the Platonic realm. We're able to tap into some higher spiritual truth. Maybe that's true. But do you think maybe a fucking Bronze Age text full of Bronze Age science and Bronze Age morality isn't what God wants for the final fucking way that humans should interact with each other?
Yeah, they got pyro.
Don't listen to this.
They got pyro again.
You know who did
Oh my God! Shut up, all you plants. Don't listen to this,
It's
everyone.
been
Go
great
back to
since
arguing.
civilization has been established. It's good to Monday morning quarterback.
Sam, you know who did ponder those things? Liberal Christians.
Oh my
And
God.
also some church fathers, like Origen and Gregory of Nyssa, who said that if you interpret all of these brutal parts of the Old Testament literally, he said, I quote, a concept worthy of God could not be preserved.
Oh
So
my
like, yeah,
Y'all
Christians have been
think God
pondering
is
things.
y'all think God is this like marshmallow sweet person who's just like, oh, everything is great.
No, we just think that like people of the past were dumb and barbaric, and that reflects in their interpretation of cosmology and deism. That it's barbaric, and you actually see it become more civilized over
Insane.
in the writings.
Yeah,
It's
Zolini,
crazy.
yeah, Zolini, you need to be watching. I
Oh, fuck you.
He wants to show his demonic nature, of course.
We have this really weird notion. We have this really weird notion about God. Like, we expect that if there is a God, that he be sane. That he be sane. So I mean, that's sort of that's where the rub is with us, you know.
Do we have Muslims up on the stage?
that people are deviant.
I mean, you would be like, you know, you have this like weird expectation, you know, that God would be love, you know, and would bless the righteous and the unrighteous. Like all these strange ideas that came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
You
he's
know,
the
it's like,
opposite of that.
Right.
And isn't it weird how, like, you know, in Greece, it's like, oh, the warlike people worship a war god. Oh, the people who are like the scholars worship a wisdom god. Oh, wow.
It can't be that we have a passion for evil and love justifying. It can't be that. It can't be that stuff. That's not what it is. Right.
You have a justification? That's the first time I'm hearing about it. Please present the justification.
Justified. It can't be that. It can't be that we're disgusting and we
You have a justification?
Right. No. I said it can't be that we're disgusting the acts that we're participating in, and then we try to justify it.
Are you talking about gay people right now?
We retrofit these
It
justifications.
seems that the yuckiness.
I don't think there's nothing that needs a justification about it. You're the one coming up to people and going, hey, you can't do that. You're like, why not? And you're like, because it's bad.
And then we try to condemn God for coming down on it. It's pretty weird.
I don't believe God. Me and Sam don't think there is a God who's like getting all buttered about this.
I had a question.
Y'all gotta be glad
God. I demand that whoever moved me down apologize right now.
Do we have any Muslims on the stage?
I don't think so. Guys, I don't think that God would send bears I don't think God would send bears to maul children. And if he
them children was bad as hell, Sam.
If he did send bears to maul children, then he's like a fucking psycho.
Everybody can get it, Sam. Everybody.
And
yeah, but it is just a cartoon nonsense tale. That's clearly written by
That's so cartoonish. It's so cartoonish. I found out that my brother, if I found out that my brother, who I love, sent bears to kill children, I'd be like, the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking, like, it would be the most
Sam, we agree.
shit in the world.
Don't disrespect the man of
Sam,
God.
us true Christians agree with that.
Oh my gosh.
Don't disrespect the man of God.
Yeah, because God doesn't have any authority. He's not able to adjudicate things on his own. And he's like a brother. I mean, it's just, bro.
If God exists, he gave you a moral compass, which you trust, and then you use that moral compass to then decide that this book is not from him, and that other book is the right.
Andrew's not a Christian, so he ignores Romans 2, where he talks about the moral compass that people have. He just accepts like the satanic threat views. It's like
waterboarding.
As I said, satanic. Like he just proved my point. He keeps proving my point.
Just to be clear, Sam, God, it couldn't be the case that God is perfect and omniscient and knows things and actually understands what is truly moral, and we're wrong. That can't be right?
It's like saying, wait, you're like exactly what the book says it couldn't be right, Sam? The stupid book that you're criticizing and saying is stupid and written by morons in the broad media, and you couldn't see that it's actually right.
Right, but
Sam,
the point is,
didn't you think of that? Didn't you think maybe it's actually true?
all you're doing, Sully, is you're just saying, couldn't it just be this is all made up and obviously false? Obviously, if I was just going to do that back and forth.
It stood the test of time.
I fully as retarded to say that.
Starhead.
To say that, just say, yeah, okay, cool. Then it just couldn't be right that God is morally perfect, knows all things, and actually has his pulse, his finger on the pulse of what is moral, way better than you do. So your adjudication that
you guys,
oh my God,
you have to leave.
It's just wild. How are you like?
Reprobate?
you guys have to think that you have some moral intuition that's morally accurate. Because if you think that you have no ability to evaluate right from wrong yourself, then you can't tell whether the Bible is good or evil because you don't know. You can't tell whether it's a satanic book or a good book. So you have to have some ability that you think you have some sense of what is right and wrong built into you.
Yeah, exactly. Andrew, like Sam's right.
And then use that sense that you trust, then go, oh, the bears slaughtering children is bad.
Sam,
It's like so cartoonishly bad.
Sam, that's never been the claim. Of course we can adjudicate right and wrong because God gave us the ability to do so.
And then you use that to evaluate that the Bible's evil.
Yeah, so we can basically look at human civilization and go, wow, none of these people got God correct. Like, they were all wrong.
Delaney, there you go. That's some great ball watching, as they call it. Unbelievable. Look here.
Andrew, look, I think if there is actually a God that nobody's figured out yet, okay? That's what
you can obviously have moral educations or judgments that are wrong, and people can change them and warp them. That is absolutely the case. So I'm not saying you coming and saying, well, God's clearly just this immoral character that's done these terrible things. It's like, that's not going to do much. Obviously, we're quite aware that people don't like the things that God has said. That is not going to be moving to
Yeah, but people also have spoken as gods themselves or on behalf of gods throughout all of human history, and we know that most of the time they're doing that. It's just a fabrication and it's propaganda and so on.
I agree that.
Right. Yeah. But so if people do that in general, then I'm going to be pretty skeptical about a book from 2,000 years ago or longer.
That's just
skepticism. And it's going to be people who are getting, these people are actually getting the true, message.
Yeah, I hear it.
Why would I think that? Why would I think that?
The Bible speaks of people like you, Sully. Not everybody will make it to the kingdom of heaven. So you're just living your prophecy earlier.
It's fine if the Bible says that, because the thing we're discussing is whether or not to take it seriously. Right? And you're just always in the background assuming that it's to be taken seriously.
It's taken seriously.
But everything you're saying loops back to, but the Bible says X. Okay.
I mean, it just speaks to the prophecy of what's going to happen in the future. So that's why Andrew gets frustrated with it. I don't get frustrated with it. It's like reprobates. It is what it is.
Well, no, I agree that's absolutely what's going on, Noel. But let me just say this. Solely from his perspective, it's basically begging the question / very convenient that it's just as, well, if they don't believe, well, then they're just evil.
Yeah, exactly. And that's actually another common feature. Look at modern religions like Scientology, that you can just see that baked into it, where it's like, these anti-Scientology people, they're corrupted, they're gonna try to harm you, basically, all this other shit, right? And it's just insularity. It's dogmatic religious institutions promote insularity. It's by design, That's kind of how they survive.
But that's Sully. That's everything. That's everything that's worth having. You're going to insulate. Period. It's like when it comes to money. If you know a way to make more money, you insulate yourself with the people you want to share.
No, look, if you have a system of values that you want to say, look, I'm going to basically lead by example with this, and I'm going to show you that this is the way, or something like that. Okay, I'm all good with that. Lead by example and show me the way. Go ahead. But as far as being insular and dogmatic about what a book says, that's not exactly the same kind of thing.
This approach is also very unbiblical, showing how these fundies and threads have nothing to do with true Christianity. Because in the New Testament it is said several times in different books that you should do good works so that the unbelievers will see that and praise the Lord in heaven. So actually you shouldn't insulate. You should like show to others how moral you are. But if all you do is uphold these like weird trad like evil views, and then when everyone else criticizes you using their God-given moral compass mentioned in Romans 2, and you just hand wave it as I don't need to think about anything, this is just reprobate talk, like I'll insulate myself and keep doing the evil like medieval traditions, like that's not a Christian approach at all.
Well, you're supposed to be the salt of the earth, so you're supposed to have the conversation, and if they don't want to listen, you dust off your boots and you keep walking. That's from Christ himself. So it's Andrew's having the conversation. If you guys are like, no, the only thing Andrew hasn't done is dust off his boots and walked away. But at the end,
look, the point is that, like, for any of these things,
it doesn't mean evil. It just lead them to their own demise.
For any of these things, the point of bringing up this critique of insularity is they, like, you know, your system of beliefs comes with a bunch of, like Andrew said, convenient sort of excuses for what to do when it comes up short, right? And the point is that, like, you know, if you want me to take this book seriously, okay, you got to give me, like, some reasons to take it seriously. You can't just be like, well, if you're not going to take it seriously, then I'm leaving, you know?
That's for your personality. That's for you to take your path. All we're supposed to do is plant the seed. But it's for you to take on the path and learn. And if you don't want to learn, that's on. When I say learn, I'm not trying to say it like that.
For all my looking into it,
that's also not biblical, because there's a verse that says, "Be prepared to give a defense of your."
That's First Peter. It's in my. It's in my.
I want to let you guys know some things about the Bible. You guys might not know this about the Bible, but it gets Ahaziah's age. He says it's age 42 in Chronicles, but it says he's 22 in Kings, about when he first became king. They have two different ages for that. Ahaziah, that's a literal contradiction. P and not P. You have on Leviticus, it says that rabbits chew their cud, but they don't chew their cud. That's a false thing about rabbits. It says that in Leviticus also that grasshoppers have 4 legs, but they don't. They have 6. It says in in Acts and in Matthew, they give different accounts of Judas' death. In Genesis, it gives different accounts of who sold Joseph into slavery. In different parts of Genesis, it gives different accounts of when plants versus man, which order they come in. 2 different people killed Goliath in different parts of the Bible. Joseph's father is Heli in one part of the Bible, and Jacob in another part of the Bible.
Not Joseph's father.
You also have Synoptics. The Synoptics place the crucifixion on Nisan 15. The Synoptics place the crucifixion on Nisan 15, which is one day, and then John portrays Jesus dying on Nisan 14, which is a different day. They give different answers to when Jesus died. The book contradicts itself.
This is almost as if it has
wait.
And it says pi equals 3, by the way. It says pi equals 3.
It's not from God. It's almost as if humans are writing this book and not God writing it or even inspiring it. Why would God inspire a book to be full of contradictions? Why would he do that?
Allow me to ask, are you saying
it's almost
that
like
you
multiple
believe,
people are telling the same story from different perspectives.
There you go.
Right, Sam?
You believe that God was like, all right, here, I want you to write the age of these kings and queens, and you believe that's how the Bible was written? The only thing that is God's word, when they're talking about scripture, they're talking about thus saith the Lord. They're talking about the law.
All right, well, here's the thing you're not.
They're not talking about the story of how something.
Here's the thing you're not considering.
Reject biblical inerrancy, yeah.
Want to do that.
When you have 2 different accounts of when Jesus died, one saying Nisan 14, one saying 15, it means one of them is wrong. Unless you
I want to do that. That's how y'all
guys, we know my rules about interruptions. Don't do it. You guys know I don't like being interrupted, so stop doing it. So, if you have 2 different dates for when Jesus died, then one of them is wrong. So there is a wrong thing in the Bible. So then, if that can be true of factual matters, like when things happened, why can't that also be true of moral things? Why, if there can be one thing that's true and one thing that's false in the Bible about factual things, why can't it be true of moral things?
I can just quickly respond to that. So, Sam, if you have multiple people recounting the same story from a different perspective, like eyewitnesses, you would expect there to be differences. So, for instance, if multiple people witness a car crash, one person is going to say, hey, it's a red car. Another person says it's going to be a crimson or, I don't know, a purple car.
Yes.
But that's expected given that there are multiple eyewitnesses
But
counting.
one of them's wrong, right? But one of them's wrong, right?
That helicopter, right?
No, not necessarily.
Wait,
Not
hold on.
necessarily.
No, someone says
It's not going to be the case that one of them is wrong.
What?
It doesn't necessarily follow one of them is wrong. It could be
if
the
one
case
says
that
it happens
one
on
person.
one date and someone says it happens on a different date,
You
how can that be?
said no interruptions. I don't know why you keep interrupting. So it doesn't necessarily follow that they're wrong. Okay, it could be that one person viewed the car from I don't know, in the sunlight. It appeared red. Another person viewed the car from a different angle, in which it appeared I don't know, kind of a shade of like purplish or like dark, I don't know, some different color. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the people are wrong.
But hold on. But then you're assuming that Jesus died at like midnight. That like one person saw him dying right before midnight, and the other one said right after midnight. But that's not the account. Is that he died during the day. So it's not going to be like this like thing where it's different perspectives. If I say Daniel came to my house on the 30th, and someone else says he came on the fucking 31st, and it's not at night, it's not at midnight, then there's no one of us is wrong about when he came over my house.
People get dates wrong all the time. Like
which means that one of them is wrong, which means that if there can be errors in the Bible, then there should be moral errors in the Bible.
But you're saying it as if God was like, hey, sit down and write this as I tell you this story. It didn't. That's not how it was written. The only thing that was written like that was the Mosaic Law. Nothing else was written like that. When it says, thus saith the Lord, that is the word of God.
Okay,
Everything
I
else
think
is
you guys are missing my basic point, which is if one of them is right and one of them is wrong about which day of Nisan he died, he was crucified on, if one of them is wrong, then some other prophet could be wrong about when it says some moral claim, because the Bible already is allowing there to be errors. Because one of these guys didn't get the date right.
In law, when you say on or about,
I'll just say one thing. Guys, you have to relax. I'll just say one thing really quick. This is something that's very easy to verify, even with given that we now have like large language models. But you could manually do it as well, and it would take you about 10 minutes. But if you want to use a large language model, it would take you about 15 seconds. So within the Synoptic Gospels, which is to say Matthew, Mark, and Luke, Jesus dies on the 15th day of the very first month of the Jewish year, which is called Nisan. In John's Gospel, Jesus dies when the Paschal or Passover lambs are being slain, which is to say that he dies on the 14th day of the first month of the Jewish calendar, Nisan. Now, what is Nisan? Well, as I've said, it's the very first month. It falls between March and April. So you have two accounts. It is not the case that Jesus, unless Jesus dies twice, Jesus couldn't have died both on the 15th day and the 14th day at the same time and in the same sense. And this is something that anyone can verify, and someone is wrong there in one of these accounts, right? So you can throw away this idea that you can count on the Bible to be accurate on anything if you can't even count on it to properly
ludicrous.
Hey, don't interrupt me. I'll bring you back up. I'm sorry, but it couldn't be the case that Jesus dies on the 15th day and the 14th day, right? Someone is wrong. There's a problem there, right? For certain flavors of biblical literalists or inerrantists, right? Someone like an Andrew is going to have a very difficult time making sense of there being a factual, historical error within the text. Right? It's not going to apply to people that think errors are okay in the text, right? Of course, it's not going to fucking apply to people like that. But for dogmatic people that take the book seriously, right, that think it's historical, it's going to be a problem, right? And those are the people that the argument is targeted at. It's that simple. I'll bring you back up, Lily.
I just wanted to mention the Bible does not claim itself to be inerrant. Thank you.
Even if it did, it wouldn't help because you could just question that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. People are just speaking as if the Bible thinks about itself in those terms.
That's right, Caleb.
Yeah,
Because-
that's
Like when it's like, oh, God never said God's not a liar because he said he's not a liar.
Well, no.
It's like,
But
that's
wait,
the type of
Wait,
culture.
I wanted to say something. Let's move down.
yeah,
So,
point though to Albedo. So I don't know why you're saying.
Yeah, it's a terrible point.
Yeah, somebody called
to me,
Andrew, how come when I said that, I guess I have to have a man's voice. When I said it, you were like, no, you don't say that.
Stop speaking. Stop speaking.
Oh,
I muted everybody. Does anyone want to address this error within the Bible? It is either the case,
I want to address it.
but it doesn't apply to you. You think that errors in the Bible are not problematic, bro.
Yes,
So why would you address the problem?
It applies
This is a
to
question.
me.
This is a question
It
where
actually
someone
does
takes it
apply to
literally.
me. It does apply to me because you said there's a dichotomy between people who take it seriously and people who don't. People
No.
who take it historically and people who don't.
no, that's not what he said. He said whether there's any errors.
You want to address this idea that Jesus dies on 2 different days? Okay, do you disagree that the Bible describes 2 different dates? Do you disagree with that, or do you disagree?
a different way of keeping time, which we've already talked about this before. But we can go into that. Obviously, that's going to be a larger study. We're talking about different calendars and ways of keeping time.
But
And
it's
then
the same. But Andrew, it's the same calendar, man. It says just one day off in the same month.
Crucifixion. We're talking. No, the way that they're so. Okay, so if we really want to do this, it's going to take a long time, but we can do this.
Not, Andrew.
It is. Because
You can do your own. Look, brother, you can do your own investigation. You can ask, did you look at a large model from what it says?
Well, I'm not necessarily looking at a large language. I'm definitely
Okay,
looking.
so you opened the text yourself and read the synoptic
Yes,
passages.
I'm aware of what's being said. Yeah, John.
Okay, and what is happening there then?
Well, I just said that it's going to take a larger study. I mean, if you want to do a Bible study on it, we can, but this isn't going to be a quick thing. It's not going. We're not going to.
Andrew, just say this, okay? I'll straw man what I think is the fundamentalist Christian position to harmonize those two things. If Jesus is to be the Passover sacrifice, then he's got to die on the day that Jews celebrate Passover. The Passover sacrifice is sacrificed in the late evening of the 14th as you enter into the 15th.
Sure.
That's all you have to say, and that solves that. Now, Daniel is still right. Somebody is saying, now, is that the answer about why they get the dates wrong? Different? I don't know, but that's a plausible answer. So just say that.
Well, no, if we're going to be saying that there's something wrong being said, I don't think theological intent that's being expressed, unless it's done in a deceptive way, is wrong. I don't think that's the way to characterize it. It's obviously, it can be understood. It's not going to be a literal date reference where there's a tension there. That's obviously that would be, if what's being implied is, okay, there's 2 different dates that Jesus was crucified on. Yeah, that would be wrong, factually wrong. But I don't think that that's what's going on here. I think there are theological motivations, and I don't think they're deceptive or wrong for why somebody would describe something occurring in a certain way. I don't think that that's an issue. If it was meant to be saying there's 2 different physical dates, we're actually saying Christ was crucified at 2 different times, that would be wrong, and that would be a problem. But the long and the short of it is, I don't think that's what's happening here. I understand.
Let's go. Like, we can take text that sound historical and allegorize it.
Sorry, Bub. Nope. So that's not correct, and that certainly wouldn't apply to things when things are being said about ways of practice and how we would treat one another and do things. It doesn't allow for all the lenience that you want to provide. But yeah, I'm just saying that obviously there can be theological intent for what's being expressed there, and we'd have to do a side by side and then go into a Bible study on it. But I'm more concerned about the point that you're making, Daniel, which is that if there's going to be people who take these things literally, and then they can be like, okay, this is going to be a problem for them, because then they look at certain passages, they're going to be in tension, and they have to reconcile that. But if you don't take it serious, or if you think it's fine that there's errors in the Bible, that's somehow an okay position. That is not okay position. I would be more concerned if that's August's position, that it's okay to say that there are actual factual errors in the scripture about, well, just about anything, because obviously I do agree that opens up the door to a whole bunch of issues. You could have moral doctrinal claims being made that are absolutely wrong. You can have them. You can have certain things being said over here, and
You
over here,
can agree with me about that. I take that position.
Andrew, there's a problem. I think. Let me just be a little bit more clear. Is it your view that the Synoptic Gospels and the Gospel of John agree on the date when Jesus dies? Is that your view?
The date is going to be the same. I don't know that it's
okay.
Yeah, I don't think that they're trying to express. I don't think that it's the case that both of them are trying to express different dates. That's what I'm saying. So, but obviously, I get why people are saying what you're saying here, because it's been an issue. This has been something that people have said for a long time, and I've done a fair treatment on this before. But like I said, I'm not in a position right now to go into the full thing. But we can do it.
Andrew,
if you want to do
question though: is it possible to have a Passover meal without a lamb?
No.
If Jesus is crucified on the day of the preparation of the Passover, when the Paschal lambs are being slain, how could he be eating a Passover meal? How is that possible? He's described as being killed on the day of the preparation of the Passover, which is when the lambs are being slain. He couldn't have died on Passover if that's the case. That's a problem, dude. And it's not just my opinion. I don't care one way or the other. I have a good explanation as to why that at least satisfies me as to why these dates are different. But the fact of the matter is that anyone can verify this fact themselves within just a few moments using a large language model, or just opening the Bible and going side by side and we're taking a pencil. It will take you 15 minutes. Your position is untenable with regard to the text being perfectly inerrant. There's an error historically in it. Jesus dies on the 14th day of the first month of the Jewish calendar Nisan in John's Gospel. Right? And on a different fucking day in the others.
There are two trad explanations that do some gymnastical interpretation of the text to make it like to keep the literal meaning, but say that there isn't a contradiction. But I like that Andrew didn't go with either of them, but went with the allegorization of like he needed to be the lamb approach. That like so that one of these two is like making an allegorical point and not a date point.
Yeah, waterboarded.
You don't need to reveal your like demonic, character every, quip.
Yeah. It's just so deep and lax that it's just so off track. It's horrific. But yeah, so I again, Daniel, we're just gonna have to break it out, brother. We're gonna have to talk about what we're talking about. I mean, we're gonna have to get into what the Passover lamb is. First of all, I mean, it doesn't explicitly say the date Passover lamb, but you can get into they did celebrate, they prepared Passover. That's true. And of course, you'd say there's a lamb there. That's fine. If we say go ahead, Salini. By all means, buddy.
No, so I just fact checked what Daniel said. Daniel said anybody can just fact check this in 10 seconds.
Please stop letting that roll up at the moment.
You can't.
Daniel, what are you? Oh my God.
Yeah. Go ahead, Andrew. Did you want to finish?
No, it's fine.
I want to make sure you were able to say what you want to say, because I feel like I went on and on.
I think if you really want to get into this, we can. But once we get to the bottom of it, Daniel, I don't want to ever hear you bring it up again, because it's going to be a long treatment, right? So if you want to do that, we can. But we're going to have to make some time for it. I don't know if people want to have a Bible study, but it's going to be a long thing.
But I want to know your view, at least.
My view is
Jesus is described as dying on the same day in the Synoptics as well as John. That's your view?
Well, I'm open to a couple different ways of reconciling it, but I'm just saying.
What is your
bottom line is? The bottom line is there's not an error. That's the bottom line.
Okay.
So
what is your view?
Well, I just said I'm open to a couple different.
Do you think Jesus died on the 14th or the 15th?
I don't take it. I'm not committed to either.
Would he have died on the 14th and the 15th?
No, obviously not.
Okay. So are you agnostic about when he died?
Yeah, I'm pretty much agnostic. I'm not going to take a stance on it. But
you think that John and Mark, Luke, and Matthew agree on the date when he died?
That's one way to do it. But you would just have to depend on how you want to interpret the description or what's being intended. Maybe in John or something like that. But we'd have to pull up the stuff and go over it. So I don't. That's not going to be an easy answer. You're kind of asking something that's got there's a lot of.
That's fair.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to be.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, but I appreciate it. You bring stuff up like this that I think is interesting. But I feel like we went over this one before, but maybe we need to do a more thorough treatment so you and I both remember that we've gotten to a shared conclusion on this.
It's not a matter of opinion about the day that someone dies.
No, that's not it. Obviously, Christians can still. Here's my point, Daniel. There's inerrantists. There's people who are going to be. They're either going to be inerrantists. They hold the description infallible, and they're going to have understandings of how these things are reconciled, and right. And so the point is that we need to go over the plausibility of it and just see if we can come to a shared understanding as to what it is that most likely is being done here. But it's going to take a little work.
If that's not an error, then I don't know what would be considered an error. So, sorry.
Well,
there couldn't be an error. It just seems to me at that point.
Error has to be coupled with intent. So it's not going to be. So if somebody intends to experience, it's like Tom Rabbit's whole, could Jesus chart, which is very concerning. But it's going to have to do with if you can fail to do something, it has to do with your intention to do something and not being able to, fall through with it without failing, right? There's going to be an intent involved. So the argument is going to be what is intended. That is going to be one that needs, or at least an argument needs to be contended with, is what's intended by the text in these certain descriptions of what's going on. And obviously, there's a theological backdrop that John has that the other ones do not have. It's clear, and so I'm just saying there's more going on here than just straightforwardly, oh, Jesus died on the 14th in one text, and in the other it's the 15th. I don't think that's a fair treatment. Obviously, on Christianity, there's going to be some massive theological import into what Jesus is doing. Massive. Okay, it's the Son of God, God himself in the flesh, dying on the cross. That's a pretty intense thing. And so all of the different narratives that are culminating in this act there's going to be a ton of stuff going on. And so John is giving a depiction that I think when compared to the other Gospels, you're going to have to keep that in mind and not just do some kind of rigid wooden, 14th, 15th issue. I think that there's some stuff that needs to be looked at. So that's the best I got for you right now, buddy. But I think we can definitely pick it up or down.
Andrew, now hypothetically, let's just purely hypothetically, there were contradictions in the Bible. I had this question of, if that was true, would it then be open that there could be moral contradictions, as in?
Yeah, of course. I think that's a problem. Yeah, I do think that. I think that people should be very leery of just doing this thing that Zellini's done or that a lot of people have done where they're just like, oh yeah, it's just like whatever. And Zellini basically, I think he has said, I don't know, maybe he's walked it back, but he's fine with just saying, Christianity really isn't some kind of thing that people need. They don't have to follow Christ. You can be an atheist and you're fine. It doesn't matter. So he's gotten to the point where he's completely detached from any kind of anchoring in.
Yeah, we us liberal Christians have detached totally from these medieval, traditions that they pulled out and established as official teachings, and we're following Jesus, who did not mention any belief in God as being necessary.
No, you don't even have to. No, Jesus didn't say anything. Who cares? It's atheism, brother. And you don't need to be affirming any of these.
We care. We follow Jesus. You follow some medieval like mumbo jumbo that contradicts. You follow some medieval mumbo jumbo that contradicts what Jesus preached, and you're mocking the teachings of Jesus all the time in these sorts of quips.
Zellini, maybe Jesus didn't say anything. What are you talking about?
I don't care about maybe and your like epistemologically illiterate comments that you make all the time. Like these debate bros, like these like philo bros here have taught you these words like possibly and maybe and like it could be, and you weasel them in every sentence like with this like illusion that you're making like some like a smart point, and they're gonna leave you like off the hook for anything that you say. Like that's just bullshit.
You're quite fine with coming up with all these gymnastic, retarded interpretations of prohibitions on homosexuality, etc. But then when it comes to me saying,
you're the one who's following the dumb mistranslations made up by medieval people. Like you don't have any right to be like obnoxious.
Hold on, Delaney. Then when it comes to just saying, well, maybe Jesus didn't say the things that he said either. Maybe it's not, hey, don't do these 7 things. Maybe, oh, no. Hey, how about this, Delaney? Maybe Jesus didn't exist. And maybe none of that stuff.
Repeating them.
Yeah, obviously, you can be as retarded. Like, you can be as hey, Delaney.
And he keeps like over talking me.
Delaney, because I'm not done speaking. Because I'm not done.
I'm pretty sure Lenny interrupted him, man. So let's just let Andrew finish.
Yeah.
He previously interrupted me. I couldn't get any sentence out.
That's not correct. If you go back, you can see. It's just how it works. But the fact is yeah, maybe it's fine. You can just say that none of that stuff occurred. It's very interesting and very convenient that when it comes to the passages that are explicit on things that Jesus said or Paul said or any, we'll just go to this real wild and lax and completely lenient interpretation so far out of this world, it's really unrealistic, it's retarded. But we're going to say that that's true. But then when it comes down to these certain things, Jesus said, do these 7 things for you to be saved. Then he's like, that's what I follow. I follow that. Those 7 things that Jesus said. But when it comes to these other things, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is talking about the price of gas at the Astro station in Portland. Maybe that's what it's talking about. It's not saying that men shouldn't lie with men, because it's unnatural. It's talking about gas prices in China. That's what it's talking about. Yeah, I love the retarded, completely detached interpretations that you're willing to do, but then when it comes to things that you want to hold dear, you want to hold to be specific, you're going to say these are real. No, Jesus said this, and you're going to have some retarded way of explaining this, Delaney, but it is always the case that this is what you're doing, and I just get tired of it, man.
Lenny, you're on mute if you don't. I don't know if you know that. I don't know. And Dan, just out of curiosity, why do you think that the Nissan 14 verses 15 is more brutal than the 2 Goliath deaths, or Ahaziah's age, 2 of those, or Joseph's? Like, it feels like that's not just like, there's the 100. It feels like it's riddled with them. It's like a lot of these things all throughout the text. I don't know why that one should be given special significance over the other ones. It's just a book that looks very contradictory. And then if it's contradictory, then, maybe there's moral contradictions, and therefore you can't trust it. Is one of them has to be full. If it says be merciful to people, but then it says also don't be merciful to them, one of those uses wrong. And then, you just use your judgment to decide which of them is wrong.
Yeah, Ben, you need to tighten up your bandana, brother. Just like Rambo, Ben. You know what I'm talking about? They drew first blood. You ever seen that? Okay, go ahead, Ben.
No, I was just curious. Sam, do you believe that Christianity in its modern iteration is compatible with democracy and the values of the United States?
Not the direction I was hoping you were going, Ben.
Fair enough. Do you think Judaism?
Yeah.
Do you think Islam is?
Probably not.
Okay, that's it. Isn't that the end of the argument? To some degree. Like the gentleman that you had on stage earlier, a couple of hours ago, wants to have all of these sort of semantic word games of different parts of scripture and different parts of this and different parts of that. And those are conversations to have. And I quite frankly love going in those rooms and having those conversations. I really do. But at the end of the day, like, isn't that what it's all about? Isn't there a practicality aspect to this?
practicality as in like I should criticize one, not the other, because one is compatible with my civilization and the other's not.
No, I'm just like meaning that I think there's room to be an atheist I'm a Christian. I think there's room to be an atheist in the United States. I think there's room to be a Christian in the United States. I think there's room to be a Jew in the United States. I'm not seeing how Islam in the form that it's currently being held is necessarily compatible with the values of the United States. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I'm literally currently dating a Muslim girl, but she's a very liberal Muslim. She's a Shia Ismaili.
Oh, wait, you're dating Zabu?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm literally living with her. Anyway, what's it called? When it comes to Islam, like, I'm just shocked that 1 in 4 Muslims want to kill what I see as innocent people and my friends, so gays and apostates. And I just think that is something needs to be done. It's just like we shouldn't have large amounts of Muslim immigration. If it does happen, it should be very vetted by their social media based on like what are they posting? Are they posting woohoo Bernie Sanders, or are they posting woohoo fucking I don't know, Ibn Taymiyyah or something? And I don't think we really in the West take seriously how crazy it is that 1 in 4 Muslims want to kill innocent people. And I didn't really reckon with it that much until today. Like, I just had an emotional catharsis that, like, literally 1 in 4 Muslims want to murder my friends, and that's like I guess that's so crazy.
But respectfully, Sam, and I'm hearing so I don't want to.
That's 400 million. So only 400 million people. Yeah, go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I don't want, Mike. I'm trying to do dishes and be productive this evening, anyways. But so when you were talking to the gentleman earlier, I think that was, and I understand it's an emotional topic. I understand that it's a very, very emotional topic. With that being said, it was like, I feel like that was kind of the point that was skipped over. It was like, he's like something to the effect of, well, I just, it's, it may not be popular to the masses, but, this is the way that Muslims believe, or something to that effect. And I'm like, okay, well, that is what begs the question then, is like how do you square the square peg in the round hole of human rights when it comes to Islam? I feel like Christianity does a pretty good job of it. I just don't see it. Again, I don't mean to keep repeating myself. I just don't see it with Islam.
Well, I think Christianity has the amazing blessing of the figure of Christ, who's obviously a very peaceful and loving man. And Judaism has like thousands of years of really good debaters coming up with loopholes for why they don't have to do the crazy shit that the book says that they have to do. But the Islamic tradition does not really have that. And I mean, there are Muslim strains like Zabu's strain that are very, very chill, but they're just not very popular. They're just not like, I mean, Zeleny will point to the Hanafis, but the Hanafis are not as chill as Zabu's Islam. Zabu's Islam is fully compatible with the West in every sense of the word. I don't think that the typical Hanafi Muslim is. I mean, I'd have to look at exactly what the average Hanafi thinks, but yeah.
I mean, Sam, one second. Here's a very good thought experiment that I did with Zeleny and Sam and Zeleny. I think you guys will agree with this. Is that what if Europe becomes a Muslim majority country, hypothetically, or America? Would you want that, right? And I think both of you have clearly said no. You wouldn't want to live in a Muslim majority piece of land, right? And that's it. That's just a very simple thought experiment that explains the situation here, right? So Zeleny's giving me the eyes. Okay.
I'm sorry, but did you just say a Muslim majority peaceful
my view
land?
on a general question, my view is I don't care.
Wait, you want to live in a Muslim majority Europe or a Muslim majority America?
I don't care. Like I can go now to Bosnia and be in a Muslim majority country, and it's very chill.
But do you want to go to Saudi Arabia? Would you want to go to Saudi Arabia or like?
In 40 to 50 years, when the Wasatiyah Islam becomes the ruling version, then yeah, sure.
Sam, would you want to be like in a Muslim?
And would you want to go to Christian majority Africa?
Actually, I think Christianity now is a Christian majority.
And I don't see it. Like, I wouldn't want to go there for economic opportunities, not like for my, like, I wouldn't be afraid for my life, right? But I wouldn't want to go there because
you wouldn't be.
If in a Christian, like in Ethiopia, for example, which is a Christian majority, no, I wouldn't be afraid to go.
You're achieving Ethiopia is also Oriental. Pick one where the majority is like a bunch of Protestants who think you're an idol worshiper.
Like which country? Like I'm not really familiar with like the African countries. I don't know. Like Nigeria, for example, it's dangerous. Look at the Christians; they're massively being persecuted, right? So I mean, maybe Africa. Sorry.
Some of them can't, like, just ask Ade. You can't even talk about it.
But Albedo, you wouldn't want to. What do you want? Like America to be like a Muslim majority country, or Sam or Albedo? What do you want? That?
I don't care as long as they're peaceful.
Okay, right.
Which I think most people generally are. Otherwise, civilization would just fall apart.
Sam, can you invite Aga up? Is that possible? I can't invite him.
Why? You can move. I thought a little too jumping the gun on that one, but it's
sorry.
I can't do it because I've been doing too much. I guess I have to do it.
Sam, would you care if America becomes like a Muslim majority, or you wouldn't care about that?
Would I care?
Yeah, would you care about that?
I mean, in current form, that would be fucking horrifying.
Yeah, that'd be horrifying, right?
Even it becoming like a large minority would be horrifying. But if it became something chiller, I wouldn't care.
You can make a Fatimid America. It's like all just Ismailis.
You know, by
I
this time, I was watching a debate between Daniel Haqiqatjou and Andrew Wilson. And of course, Daniel Haqiqatjou is like crazy, right? But he says, when we become the majority, we're coming for all of you, right? With the swords and stuff like that. Maybe he was being like facetious or what have you, but maybe he meant it, right? And he actually said it in the debate. And Jay Dyer later on like commented that, the mask came off, right? Like there are people who really want that, right? Like that Haqiqatjou, right? They want America to be like a Muslim majority and flip the tables on like anyone who's not a Muslim, right?
Why are we entertaining these omnipotence fantasies by these people when the recent Israel-Gaza war has shown that 1.9 billion Muslims in this world have no effective political power whatsoever?
That's a good point. It's like, you have these handful of these politically oriented Salafis and Hanbalis, and they're like threatening, we're gonna take over the West, and like Israel is like massacring Muslims by tens of thousands, like in Gaza, and like they can do shit, like Muslims can't like go there and like defend Gaza, and they wouldn't like take, and we should be like worried that Haqiqatjou is gonna take over the West. It's like ridiculous.
Remember, I mean, how can they fight? If they fight Israel, they're fighting America, right? And they're weak, right? Like they can't fight the United States or Europe. Like,
how do you think they're gonna become strong and like conquer America?
Like a massive immigration, maybe something like immigration and embedding themselves in Western culture through the numbers and birth rate.
Yeah, but there are more Catholic Latinos are coming into the U.S.
Maybe from the inside, right?
Good luck with that.
Also, this like notion of the demographic jihad is like totally
I like to thank my masters, my white
people
masters.
in the West,
I'm a slave.
because the religious groups and traditions to whom this concept is being ascribed to are explicitly like they have the opposite views of this. So like under Hanbali Salafi Islam, you have the opposite religious commandment in the ethical system of their view. And that's like to migrate away from sinful territories into the territories that are the closest to what they think is the true Sharia. Like that's the commandment of Hijrah. It's like one of the core commandments for these like extreme fundis.
You are absolutely.
They are commanded to go away from the West into the most like Sharia-like society. And like people in the West, like these like Islamophobes just invented. Like, they want to do demographic jihad. Who? Like the fundis who have the opposite like commandment Or like the liberal Muslims, who want to come here to enjoy like the benefits of a secular
The problem with that, Zanani, that analysis is that, by the way, Zanani, what you said is absolutely correct in Islamic jurisprudence, that there has to be a hijrah from Dar al-Kufr to Dar al-Islam, right? But the problem with that is, I don't think like Muslims take that view seriously now, because they want to spread Islam still, right? And so they like I'm imagining Muslims they might do demographic, they might ignore that Islamic jurisprudence, right? Because they want to spread Islam in the West, and that's a perfect way to do it from the inside, right? Through demographic. So like, why would they?
You're supposed to
just ignore that commandment because they want to spread it, right? So
so we're like now inventing some like modernist liberal version of Fandi Islam that like wants Fandi Islam but ignores the core commandments of Fandi Islam.
It seems that that's what they're doing. They massively immigrate, right? It seems like maybe that's what they.
Yeah, because like, the people who are emigrating are people who are not Fundis, and they don't care about this bullshit. They're coming to the West because they like Western culture and money. Like they don't give a fuck about like establishing Hanbali Salafi like ideas about Sharia anywhere. Like that.
And here's what I found. 5-second Google Gemini search. No, biblical accounts consistently place Jesus' crucifixion on the Jewish day of the preparation, the day before the Sabbath. This was the question too. Was Jesus crucified on 2 different days in the Gospels? It says no. Clearly it says no. Meaning all 4 Gospels agree in a single day. That's what the AI says. So I just fact-checked what he said. It's demonstrably false.
Well, I can just read to you what I have. Let me just find.
Until you find it, I have a question. Are all of the Muslims in US trying to separate Islam across the West?
I think not all of them to be shown to be the least prone to hallucinations, so it's the most accurate AI out of all of them.
Sorry, I didn't understand. So all of them are trying to separate it across Western countries?
No. Most of them are working in low-paid jobs, working their asses off. They don't have the time for that. It's just lowlifes who live at home with their moms and have a big mouth and clubhouse that can afford doing that.
At the same time, some of them are the mayor of the New York City. So it's like all of them are not poor as well, right? All of them are poor, and they're
the mayor of New York City is a Shia Muslim, so he's takfired by most of the big mouth Salafis here on the app. He's a Shia Muslim with very moderate views from an Islamic point of view. So
I don't think that's true, Andre.
Yes, of course it is.
Yeah, Mamdani is a proof of Islamic takeover.
When Muslims like Mamdani
run
their mouth on Clubhouse. I know plenty of white collar
guys, please, I don't understand any of you, either of you.
I mean, I was talking to Andre. I don't know why is Delaney interrupted. So I said, I knew of plenty of white collar, professional, extreme, hardcore Islamists. Simply not true that it's all the loser blue collar Muslims on Clubhouse.
Sorry, you're conflagrating something. I think the blue collar Muslims are the ones working their asses off. They don't have the time to do this. It's some low life people who live with their moms at home who do not do honest blue collar work. And you have white collar people as well. Like the 9/11 attackers were such people, but a lot of them have already, ended their miserable lives for the Daesh in Syria. And of course we need to keep an eye on all extremists of all sorts of colors, but Mamdani is not one of them.
Thank you very much. So my question is, are all of the Muslims from 1 point how many billion you guys said? The majority of them are like Mamdani minded, or are like they want to separate Islam across the world?
The majority of them are not Mamdani minded. They don't have the time to muse about these things. They have to work very hard every day for their survival, like most other humans as well. So they don't have time to dwell on these omnipotent fantasies that some people have.
So they don't have time to come and think, oh, we have to separate Islam. They are working hard and they're trying to survive and build their life. The one that you know. Okay, so why you guys are scared that if the majority, I mean, I don't think any time in the world there will be a time that the majority of population of USA will become Muslim. It's possible that from every people and every different people, there will be there like a global village, but I don't think the majority will be like one.
Well, it's a very simple, that question is a very simple answer. That question has a very simple answer. In the majority of Muslim-dominated countries, Christians are persecuted. There's no liberty of religion. That gives us very good reasons to be wary of Islam.
Oh, yeah, really? So even in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, in Saudi Arabia, it's illegal for a Christian to go out into the street and preach.
Oh, just preach? Or there are churches in there, or there are no churches?
Yeah, I'm telling you, in Saudi Arabia, it's illegal for you to go up to a Muslim and say, your beliefs are wrong. It's illegal to be an apostate. So,
they have big punishments for Muslims to turn from Islam to something else.
Yeah, isn't that a problem?
Oh no, it is a big problem. I don't agree with that. I was curious about your opinions about what will happen if the majority become Muslim, and if all of them are trying to separate their religion across the world. I don't think it's like that. There are like very how to say it, lefties or righties. I don't know which one is more extreme. The extremists. There are extremists, but it's not all of them. There are good people in there too.
Doesn't have to be all of them. There's quite a bit of historical precedence, Pedro, that in Muslim-dominated countries, there's no freedom of religion, that there's systemic oppression of people, that there's no gender equality, that, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. So for instance, in Saudi Arabia, it's illegal to be an apostate. Like, don't you think that alone gives you very good reasons?
No, so you should be scared if the system of United States become not secular. But as long as you are secular Democrat country, that will never happen. No one can do that.
Okay, but that goes back to my earlier question, which is Islam compatible with democracy? Do you believe that democracy is compatible, or is democracy compatible with
extremists, Islamists?
No, I'm asking broadly.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
You know everything else, but for some reason...
in general, let's conflate like different schools of thought that are radically opposed and diametrically opposed to each other, because like they fall under the same label.
Different schools of thought. But there's a general way in which Islam is practiced throughout the world. And the general way Islam is practiced is it results in oppression, lack of freedom of religion, etc., etc.
Let me tell you something that you will be shocked. In the Islamic Republic of Iran, the rules of the country, there is one law, one article that says we are the supreme leader is the leader of the Muslims around the world, and they will try to use something like this. They will try to use resources to separate Islam around the world. That I agree with what you are saying. But if you want to give this to all of the Muslims, that I don't agree.
Yeah, evidently the Muslim world is deeply divided. Islam, like Christianity, has a great internal plurality. I see absolutely no signs of Muslims coming together to dominate the West because Muslims can't even protect their own, as Gaza
Andre,
shows.
Respond to you, Andre and Pedro. I mean, you guys are saying it's not plausible or probable, right, that there's going to be like a Muslim majority in Europe and the States. But what I like to do is these thought experiments where let's just assume that happens, right? You wouldn't want that, right? Which sort of prove.
Okay, let's assume the majority is Muslim in Europe, and like Muslims come to rule Europe, and you have Mamdani presidents of all the European countries. Yeah, I love that. Like, give us Mamdani presidents, we all get like healthcare and like good public services and LGBT rights.
You're probably gonna
all of the Americans and Canadians will go to Dubai and Saudi Arabia and Emirates. They will take over there, and then we send them here.
That's an interesting thought.
But guys, if Europe becomes a Muslim majority, it's going to be like the Muslim majority countries in the Middle East, in a way, right? In a general way, as practice, right? Agamemnon was saying, and they're probably going to kill his or he's not going to be in political office, right? They're going to implement stricter laws, right? And like with the current Muslim situation that's going on in these Muslim majority countries, so fear falls.
What are the laws in Muslim majority countries in the East? They're all like parliamentary republics with laws that are basically the same to what an average Christian conservative wants in the West. It's like
it's only a dictatorship bias. In Saudi Arabia, it's a dictatorship, right? They're all like like officially they're called like parliamentary thing, but the ruling class are the ones.
Yeah, you were talking about like the Middle East. You're now like specifying like, oh, let's focus on like the 5% of Muslims, like these humbly like Gulf countries. Like, why should we do that? Why not like take
don't open the
subject and Lebanon and Syria and like Iraq as Turkey as examples?
Don't open the subject on a good dictators. They are good dictators.
So then, if we take it like dictatorship, all of the Gulf region is a dictatorship. Lebanon is the president is Christian, right? Actually, like I think like it's half Christian, half Islam, right? It's actually maybe like Indonesia is good, I guess, or Malaysia or Turkey. Turkey has backslided on democracy, by the way, through our
or all of the Central Asian countries, or Egypt, or
even like Indonesia, or Malaysia. But even in Indonesia or Malaysia, they've actually they have like persecution against like gays, right? It's not like totally secular or democratic. Like I mean, and so then
they have like this conservative system that's like totally westernized. Like there's no like mullahs being qadis and like ruling from the hadith or anything. Like they have modern countries with constitution.
No, you're kind of wrong there. I'll tell you this. It's basically like this Marxist system mixed up with like Islamic religious bullshit. For example, Egypt isn't technically an Islamic republic, but a lot of its laws, if not most of them, are based on Islam.
Brother, some of them are sister, I don't know. There are no Islamic republics. Republic can't be Islamic. That's a made-up fucking sentence word.
So can you let me finish? Because it's literally called the Islamic Republic of Egypt.
Sorry.
Because it's literally called the Islamic Republic of Egypt, or used to be. I was about to tell you. It's technically. Hold on, Pedro. Like, calm down your horses. You'll understand me in a moment. It's technically not a Muslim-ruled state, but you have Islamic laws in the system. And when it comes to marriage, all that good shit,
inheritance,
familial laws and whatever, and you have blasphemy laws with extra steps. For example, you will not be killed for blasphemy in Egypt by law, but you will be jailed for quote unquote disturbing the peace and making fun of. I don't know the technical name of that law, but but the law itself states if you make fun of a religion, you will be jailed. It's like a mushy,
that's correct,
unreliable law to open up the door to enact blasphemy laws.
Okay, no, I don't say you're wrong. I don't say not called the Islamic Republic of Egypt or Islamic Republic of Iraq, but I'm telling you, a republic can't be Islamic. That's a made-up word. That's Islamic government that has those laws.
By the way,
can't it be an Islamic Republic? What are you doing?
by the way, it's not
Dictatorship, how about that?
Yeah, you guys are like
anyway,
talking like
guys,
that's okay.
If you look
I
through
don't
history,
understand why you think that's
Okay,
okay.
I'm not saying it is. I live in Egypt, and I can tell you this: the laws are fucking against everybody. It's literal dictatorships run by retards with a stupid religion made to control people.
I'm in Egypt right now as well. Have you heard of Sharif Gaber? Right, they just arrested him. They gave him.
I know, Severin. Like I'm serving in the army right now, and I'm barely holding on not to be Sharif Gaber 2.0, my friend.
Sharif Gaber just took a 10-year sentence. Yeah, they kidnapped him. They arrested him. He has a 10-year sentence because he cursed the prophet. Right, like it's crazy, right? Yeah.
I want you to imagine this. Like you're just minding your own fucking business, making videos on YouTube. And just like, oh, you blasphemed against our religion. We're gonna put you in prison. Oh, you know the rapists? You know the rapists there? Yeah. You're worse than them. You're worse than the rapists because you're insulting our imaginary dipshit sand sniffing god.
Yeah, I was talking more to Zelini and Pedro. But yeah.
So, Zelini, you wouldn't want the Muslim majority to be in Europe and the state. Look at the terrible things that are happening here, Zelini, right? Yeah, that's.
No, I said I would want it. I want Mamdani presidents all across Europe.
Yeah, if he's in Egypt, they would probably arrest him.
Every country should have a Mamdani president.
But Mamdani can't live in Saudi Arabia or Egypt, right? They're probably going to arrest him in the Middle East if he advocates for LGBT.
Oh, yeah, fuck them, they're a minority. I'm talking about the average Muslim country and the average European country.
They might one day come up, guys. They might one day come up and say Mamdani is the chosen one. He came this Friday.
Mamdani is the hidden Mahdi. So like,
he came this Friday.
That will.
You know what I find funny about like the Western branch of Islam? They are so damn hypocritical.
Exactly.
It's like stop being funny.
That's how they grew up. That's how they had to be. That's their survival mode.
They don't even.
Pedro for the.
Thank you for making our point, Pedro.
No, Devil is so much. I mean, I think Egyptians do have that thing, right, Devil? Because we know how Muslims are, like in Egypt. When they go to the West, they put on a very different front, right? And it is very decent, right? It's very annoying. Because I know what
was just about to explain like that point. Like, they have a doctrine in both politics and their religion that says lie to people, sell them bullshit until you can conquer them. If your weapons don't work. If your weapons don't work,
and we see clearly how this has worked in the last couple of centuries. You know what? It only worked about once or twice at the beginning, and ever since, Islam has been on the losing side, but particularly because it completely lost out on the Industrial Revolution, and it's never, ever going to recover from that. All that its friends and its enemies are spouting here on Clubhouse are delusional things, because it's not going to happen, because they're totally unorganized in the countries that they do command, and there is no chance on earth that they're going to take over any of the countries here, because they hate each other. Just giving you an example, here in Germany, the majority of Muslims here are Turkish. They hate the Arab Salafis' guts. I don't need to worry about Salafis taking over power in Germany, because my Turkish Hanafi moderate friends are going to do that job for me.
Andy, can you criticize
read this the news piece that I came across now? I think conservative Christians, like some at least conservative Christians in the West, would like to see some sort of law banning insults to Christianity or something.
No, we don't.
We don't want that. We don't care.
Look, if you don't, did I say some of you personally want this?
You
what
said
the fuck?
conservative Christians, and I'm a
Did I
conservative
talk
Christian.
about you personally? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, stop interrupting me to make a dumb point. I'm not talking personally about you. saying there are fundy Christians, obviously the West want much more, want a fucking theocracy, like Doug Wilson and all the other like batshit crazy people who want to establish Old Testament laws and like execute like people for witchcraft and like homosexuality and apostasy. Like what the fuck is with the dumb reactions? Shut the fuck up and let me read like the link that I found.
Well, then I'm gonna pull the Islamic.
So if you shut the fuck up and let me finish what I was starting to speak and not be like an infantile imp that has no control over their tongue, so I can like finish the sentence. Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, you infantile imp. Shut the fuck up, you infantile imp with no self-control and control over their tongue. Shut the fuck up, 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 shut the fuck up. Grow up. Like over 12 years mentally with control over my Actually, I have kids that are 8-year-old that have better control over themselves. Shut the fuck up so I can finish the sentence. Shut the fuck up so I can finish the sentence. So in any case, so there are conservative Christians in the West who would like to see laws that ban mocking and insulting of Christianity. And this is a news piece that I came across. It is from 2023. It says, in Alexandria, Egypt, a court sentenced on Tuesday a Muslim vlogger, Osama Lofty Sharaf el-Din, to 3 years in prison for insulting Christianity via social networks and the video that he was making. Videos of him showed him mocking the Bible, Christianity, and the cross. He got 3 years in prison for mocking Christianity in a Muslim country. So it's like, it seems like they're not doing this like fundy Sharia law that people think they're doing. Like they're just doing like a different type of thing from this like fundy Salafi Hanbali like thing that people are ascribing to them. So obviously we can't take those countries as these like boogeymen, like Sharia, Salafi Hanbali fundis that are going to come and conquer Europe and make it worse.
Okay, so let me respond to that. You said that there's Christians or conservatives in the West that want to ban the insulting of Christianity. Is that a fair assessment of what you said, Zeleny?
Yeah, that's obviously a fact. Yeah.
Okay, that's so ridiculously factually inaccurate. It's not even funny. The vast majority of conservatives in the United States are people who believe in the United States Constitution. I know you said the West, but I'll stick with the United States for the sake of this argument. They're people that believe in the United States Constitution, which guarantees the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, these types of things. So the entire premise of your argument is factually inaccurate. It's just wrong.
Explain? Sorry, are you done?
I'm sorry, you want me to explain that?
No, I started asking the question. Can you explain how what you said relates in any way to what I claimed?
I'm saying, I don't know how to make that any simple, like 1 + 1 = 2. I don't know how to make that any clearer.
Can you relay my point? What was the claim that I made?
The claim you made was that conservative Christians in the West.
That's not what I said. I said there are some conservative Christians.
That's what you said. Yes.
I just looked it up.
No, that's not what you asked. You asked me, did you claim that there are some conservative Christians in the West who have this view? And I said, yes, that's what I claimed. That there are some Christians.
Sure.
I didn't say majority, I didn't say all.
There's 300,000 people in the United States. I don't know what percentage of that is Christian. Let's say.
I don't care. I didn't claim any percentage in my claim.
Okay, so if I can find 5 people that.
There are 300 million in US, by the way.
There's 300.
If you find 5 people against this, was my claim that there are less than 5 conservative Christians in the West who are not for this?
What percentage of the Christians in the United States do you think want to have?
I don't care.
Laws on. You don't care. I mean, isn't that?
I wasn't making a claim that it's the majority. I wasn't making a claim that it's all. Like, even if it's 2 people, that's enough for making my point. It's like, I just said there are some people like this. I don't know why you took offense to that.
Yeah, and there's also radical Islamists who want to bomb America. So What's your point, Zelini?
How does that relate to my point?
Because you're saying it's not a majority. So yeah, there's definitely radicals in the Christian faith. Nobody's saying there isn't.
I mean, it sounded like you're saying there isn't, because I made a simple point. There are some, and I got pushback.
Yeah, because when we said that there's radical Islamists as well, you gave us pushback saying, "Oh, it's a small percentage."
People were saying,
Zeleny, if your claim is that, like, if your claim is satisfied by just literally 2 people in all of the US who want the Christian theocracy, all right. I can say something much stronger than that. I actually looked it up, and according to the AI overviews, like 28% of Christian evangelicals have some kind of support for, like, for example, approximately 28% of US adults support the most integrationist views, such as declaring the US an official Christian nation, stopping the enforcement of the separation of church and state, and believing the Bible should supersede the will of the people in US laws. A separate poll shows that like 17% of white evangelicals want their faith to be the main source of US.
Please post the link in the chat.
Also, when we, even if we grant you that, right? If you look at the specific laws that we're very much wary of, like death for homosexuals, you'll find it less than. You'll find like 0.001% of Christians advocating for death for homosexuals, or death for apostates, or death for any of these types of things, right? Which was the main thing about what we were discussing. Opposite to Muslims, where 25% advocate for death for apostates or homosexuals, right? So that's going to be the main symmetry breaker, right, Zelenia? Now,
that's not the correct presentation of it. Like 25% of Muslims say in polls that they support like the trad Sharia view of homosexual. Yeah, against gay people who do sex in front of 4 people.
That doesn't make it better. That's well, so what if they do sex in front of the public?
Technically, it does. Like that technically does. That's what allowed like open tolerance and like acceptance of homosexuality in the periods that I mentioned of the Abbasid Caliphate and the Ottoman Empire. Something that was unimaginable in any Christian medieval society. And here you had like homoerotic poetry and like paintings openly portraying like gay sex, and like rulers openly having gay like same-sex partners. Like this was unimaginable in the West. Like even though you could say like, well, they didn't have the capital punishment in all the periods. It was like only under Theodosius and people like who like followed like some emperors like similar to him. Like in general, the old punishment was like exile or eating or something.
Do you want to say your point again? Because I don't feel like he heard you. Because he's arguing a completely different point. Do you want to state your point again, Severin?
I mean, he is talking like there are relevant points, because I think you came later because this has been going on for hours, right? So yeah, I mean, my point was like the proportions or the percentages, right, of Christians and Muslims who would advocate for death. About it, like in Christians in the West, the number is going to be about like 0.0001%. Even in Africa, the most radical Christian nations, it's like 2% who advocate for death for homosexuals.
But again, like this, there is a qualitative difference between the views. So the Fundy Christian viewpoint is that this punishment, when historically, like in the Old Testament, was given by God, it was like given to condemn homosexuality in itself, and like that's what was the sin. Whereas the trad Islamic view that the 25% are agreeing to as a poll answer, like does not necessarily have this view that is universally present in trad Christianity, whether the apostolic or the Protestant trad Christianity. Like the trad Muslim view like has this sort of plurality in it that allows you to have a society that openly accepts like gay people, and then them having sex all around, and everyone knows that. Like that you can have a society like that with the trad view in Islam, as shown by these periods of the Abbasid Caliphate and the Ottoman Empire, when this was done historically. So that's why the view that these 25% of Muslims say yes to on a polling question is not the same view that the Christians have when they're discussing and like contemplating, should I accept, the trad view of the medieval and like early modern, churches, or should I accept like this more modern, moderate view? That it's two different things.
So I shared a link to the survey, right? It's by, what's it by? Something called PRRI. Brookings, it was commissioned by the Brookings Institute. But the questions they ask people, right? And like, depending on the level of support, they sort of classify you as like someone who adheres to Christian nationalism. Stupid. There are 5 questions. Like the one that, okay, 5 questions are, the 5 points that you should agree on is the US government should declare America a Christian nation. US laws should be based on Christian values. If the US moves away from our Christian foundations, we will not have a country anymore. And the 4th one is the one that stood out to me. Being Christian is an important part of being truly American. The 5th one is God has called Christians to exercise dominion over all areas of American society.
Deepak, can I respond to that very quickly? Sorry, I didn't. Your mic.
Just to summarize, like so on this, but just to summarize, like on this questionnaire, like I don't know exactly how they classify like how many questions you answer yes or not, but like they say that 10%, 3 in 10 Americans qualify as either adherents or sympathizers. I guess that is some kind of gradation. I guess 10% are adherents and 20% are sympathizers to these views.
But that's normal. Like, of course, an atheist would want the majority of the country to be atheist. Sorry, go ahead, Selani.
Will not necessarily.
Well, I don't think an atheist
just to mention this sort of nuance isn't made like in these pollings about Muslims, and ask them the question, like there isn't like these sort of nuance, like, oh, are you really an adherent or like a sympathizer? It's like that's why I'm saying, like, I think like most of these like polls like are answered due to social inertia.
But do you know who else Deepak who else would support a Christian national country or this Christian, quote unquote, the Christian thing you're citing? Douglas Murray, the atheist, Sam Harris, the atheist, right? Tom Holland, the atheist. They've all identified themselves as cultural Christians and have said that Christianity should play a major role, right? So that's incredible that atheists as well have advocated.
I don't know what exactly they mean by that. Yeah, look, I don't know exactly what they mean. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like, yeah, in response to that and what you said earlier, like, I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that. Like, that it should play a role. Yeah, of course it should play a role. I mean, it's the religion of a majority of, or like a large percentage of people, right? Like, the traditions. Yeah, I would agree with that statement too as an atheist. But like, the thing that really stuck out to me was like, the others, look at the other statements though. Being Christian is an important part of being truly American. I can't imagine having that view as an atheist, right? Or as any other person that like, being atheist is
being like a culturally Christian, maybe. Being culturally Christian.
Why do you think this is? No, that is not a reasonable interpretation of what is being said here. Nobody is going to read.
We don't really know the interpretation, right? So we can't really judge it.
This was a questionnaire, if this was a questionnaire provided to the vast majority of people, they're not going to be like, yeah, well, Christian, you can also mean cultural Christian. So I'm just going to say yes. No, that's not what, even if there's some people who interpret it that way, that's not the way the majority are going to interpret it. Right. And even that is kind of like, I don't know, like it's problematic. The idea that you have to be a cultural Christian to be truly American, like, I'm not a cultural Christian, right? Am I not truly American?
I thought you said before. Wait, let me show you. Richard Dawkins says that he's a cultural Christian. Sam Harris says that. Like, a lot of atheists say that they're cultural Christian, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure what they mean by that. It probably incorporates, like, I know that Dawkins talks about how, like, he celebrates Christmas, celebrates Christmas in the traditions that, like, he learned in, like, his school.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what they mean.
Okay, that's good, but I can't see any of that.
Evangelical. They just mean I'm socially conservative and Islamophobic.
Yeah, but we don't know the real interpretation, right? It's a possible interpretation. So what I'm saying, the possible interpretations for why these Christians might have responded in that way, right, is because they thought about like Christianity as a culture, like celebrating Christmas, that type of thing,
but I'm saying it's not a reasonable. I don't think that's a reasonable interpretation of this survey, right? And I don't think that's the interpretation most people would have taken when they answered it, right? Most people, when asked this question, wouldn't be like so inclusive as to include cultural Christians, like in the sort of, you know, in the question of like, look, for example, look, the last question is specific. God has called Christians to exercise dominion over all areas of American society. Given that that's one of the questions on the survey, right? It would be like preposterous to like input the other questions in terms of cultural Christianity, right? It's pretty invoking the religious concept.
What percent is like the last question? That last question, what percent does it get?
Yeah, I don't have the breakdown per question. So what they do is they just get people to answer these questions, and then they assign a score based on how much agreement there is on all these questions. And they're saying like, you know, if you score like 0.75 to 1, you're an adherent, which is 10%. And if you score like 0.5 to 0.74, which is like about half the questions, I guess, you get like you're a sympathizer. So it's like 30%, right?
Which, by the way, that term dominion is like very relevant, because like the name of this like theocratic movement within evangelical circles is called dominionism, and like people can like look up what's called the 7 Mountain Mandate. They have this like breakdown how there's like 7 social spheres, like one is politics, one is education, one is the media, etc., and how like Christians have this mandate to establish the dominion of the evangelical religion in all these 7 domains, like 7 mountains. That's like.
Let me just say one thing though.
Yep. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just a last like comment. Like just okay, I kind of cited this, right? But like I don't think my opinion isn't that the degree I don't think it'll be the case that the magnitude of people having these attitudes about Christianity is comparable, or at least is equal to the magnitude of people having these views in most Muslim countries that we're talking about, right? I just think that it is still like, you know, a non-trivial amount of people have these views, right? And that's really Zeleni's point, that, you know, don't just assume this is just not at all a Western attitude, period, right? Like,
sure, and that's Deepak, and that's a fair statement. But I also want to clarify, and this is the point that I was trying to make to Zeleni, respectfully. The point that I was trying to make to Zeleni is the fact that we have a bedrock of a United States Constitution, which, whether or not you're Christian or whether or not whatever you are, it's kind of the idea of participating in American democracy is that you kind of play by those rules, right? So like, I am a Christian. I want to spread my Christianity to everybody. I want everybody to be Christian. Sure, of course I do, but I'm not going to do it at point of gun. And I'm very, very wary of cultures, countries, et cetera, that want to import large amounts of people into the United States that, historically speaking, I've had, I don't know, a less than favorable view of human rights. Let me put it so, or want to enforce their religion at point of gun, or religions like Islam, where if you do leave Islam, there are harsh penalties for it. Where in Christianity, I'm sure that you can find, if you look at certain very, very individual sects of Christianity, if you look at Jehovah's Witnesses, I believe, don't look favorable of members of their community that leave, that kind of thing. And I have yet to find a single Christian, even in the most far right wing of circles, that necessarily wants the death of homosexuals. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying that there aren't a huge percentage of those people. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
It's only these like, you know, fringe views held by Christian conservatives, you know, like that state power should be used to have like, you know, pregnancy being forced on women, and to have state power to be used to take away rights of LGBT people. Like, and that's just this fringe, like, you know, conservatives using state power to oppress people and like ruin their lives. It's like, yeah, it's like very fringe. Most of Christian conservatives are just kumbaya. They're like, yeah, that's all fine. We just want like to be a bit of fiscal conservatism and a bit of school prayer, but otherwise like nothing besides that. It's like, that's not the case.
Again, if you want to take each one of those issues individually, if you want to go down through abortion, if you want to go down through homosexuality, if you want to go down through prayer, if you want to go down, like, I'm more than happy to do that with you. But it would take some, you know, it would take some time. But if you want to go down through each one of those issues, again, if you're talking about, you keep painting conservative Christians with this broad brush. And I just don't think that it's, again, if you want to, again, we have the Constitution, we have the bedrock, we have democracy, or a form of democracy in the United States.
Can I ask?
It's like obviously the vast majority of conservatives like don't care about the bedrock in the sense of like having the same interpretation of it like other people. Like obviously most conservatives don't think that mandated school like showing of 10 commandments and like having mandated school prayers like violates the establishment clause. Like they don't think that's the case, or they don't care. Like obviously these guardrails like don't matter anything to like conservative Christians in USA. And if you say like, well, you know, doesn't matter if they care or not, the guardrails are there, you know, and they're going to protect the democratic constitutional system. Like in some sense you can say that, but in another sense it's kind of crazy to say that makes this okay. It's kind of like saying like, sure, like it's okay for, you know, a crazy driver in the bus that we're all in to sit, you know, the crazy guy to sit at the driver's spot and to purposefully try to derail the bus like through this guardrail on the road, like down this ravine, so we all die. And like the guardrail sticks, so who cares? Like, let him, you know, repeatedly try to do that. It's like, why would you try to like be okay with him repeatedly trying to go through the guardrail and drive us all like into the ravine? It's like,
again, I don't think that that's what I'm saying at all. I think that's what you're saying, but I don't think that's what I'm saying at all. Again, we do have the bedrock in the United States. We do have a huge portion of the population that is Christian. And I don't think that they're trying to subvert democracy at all. I think if Christians had a majority rule in the United States, which historically speaking they have, I mean, most of our founding fathers were Christian, et cetera, et cetera. I think that they would have done that already, right? Like, I think that there is a rule of law, and I think that Christianity certainly in its modern interpretation is a very, very peaceful religion, right? Like, yes, there are Christians who are pro-life. A huge percentage of Christians in the United States are pro-life. Yes, the Christians are opposed to gay marriage, sure. But again, I think it's particularly in 2025, if you put gay marriage to a vote in the United States, I think the vast majority of Christians in the United States would vote in favor of gay marriage in the sense that they don't think that these people should be jailed, criminalized, and certainly not killed in any way, shape, or form, but absolutely not killed. I mean, that's one of the core tenets of Christianity. So I kind of reject that characterization of, again, conservative Christianity. And again, I'm a moderate, but I'm certainly a Christian, but I'm certainly a moderate. So I'm not deep in the weeds, but I certainly, my life is surrounded by conservative Christians. I don't know any of them who are advocating for the death or dismemberment or anything like that of gay people. I think you're painting an extremely broad brush. You're trying to make a point about Islam, which I don't think the two are comparable.
Yeah, of course you can, like, the two are not going to be the same thing. Like, they're two different things, so you can always point to differences. But obviously they're comparable in many ways. And it's like, oh yeah, we don't want to kill gays. Sure, but like, it's not the principle of conservative Christianity to be just, you know, opposed to killing people. Because like, the only people in the US who advocate for, like, you know, for the use of capital punishment and, you know, random killing of suspected drug traffickers of the coast of, you know, USA or whatever are conservative Christians. Like, the liberal Christians and the secular people, like, they're against that. Like, they're the ones who want to abolish the capital punishment and who want, like, to do away with these extrajudicial killings. Can you
show me any evidence of this? Any of this? Like, a survey, something, please show me anything.
I mean, if you don't, like, know about the general views of conservative people in USA and their support for the existence of capital punishment, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
the support for the existence of capital punishment is not necessarily a Christian view. My church, for instance, I mean, you do find many Christians who support it, right? But the support for it in the U.S. is not really so much a religious one, as opposed to those who deem some crimes as being so ill-deserving of repentance that, yeah, people should just be killed. For instance, like pedophilia and other things like that. My church, for instance, wholly rejects capital punishment, not because we believe these people deserve to live, but because they won't get to repent. I will say this on the issue of conservative versus liberal Christians. This is unfortunately a problem. Many Christians in the U.S. simply just aren't Christian. If you support things like abortion, you're not a Christian. You support things like, gay marriage, you're not a Christian. If you believe in multi-pluralism and all these other isms, right, that contradict Christian doctrine, you are literally not a Christian. And it's not me, like just my opinion as rabbi. Just go to any doctrine of any major church, Presbyterian, Anglican, Catholic, Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox. You believe in these things. You are formally a heretic. Right, so you're
I'll push back on you.
Let's do that. Let's do that and go to the Anglican Communion, which is the most liberal of all the denominational traditions and the official Church of England, and the members of its USA do gay marriage in the church and have openly and practicing gay and bi and trans priests and bishops who are both men or women or non-binary. Or let's go to Presbyterianism, where the biggest Presbyterian denomination USA is PCUSA, Presbyterian Church USA, which is a liberal denomination that does gay marriage in the churches and affirms LGBT people as not being sinful. We can go to Methodism if you want, where the biggest denomination of Methodism is the UMC, United Methodist Church, a liberal denomination that does gay marriage in churches. So we can go to all these denominations and see that these fundy yokel views that you think are the only correct Christianity are everywhere, in the backwaters of all these tiny communities that are broken up throughout the least educated parts of USA, and all of these mainline churches that within which and within whose institutional networks all the major educational seminaries in USA are all liberal mainline churches that do accept LGBT people as not being sinful because they have the correct view.
But the issue with this is
Rabbi, can I just say something? That let's say the gay marriage thing, right? Like maybe you can have a church like the Catholic Church or the Eastern or Oriental Orthodox, right? Who would say gay marriage is not allowed in the church building, but in a civil outside of the church, people could get married, they can do whatever they want, right? So I could support gay marriage as a person who believes in the separation of church and state, but not in my church, right? Maybe in my church, because my church, a pillar of the faith is a marriage between a man and a woman, and that faith might not want to be changed, right? Inside of the church building. But I can advocate for gay marriage in a civil manner, right, outside of that particular church building, right, as a secularist, right? Yeah, so that's something else. I think that there should have been clarified.
The other issue too is that so I'm glad you mentioned the Anglican Church because I was born Anglican. My grandfather was even a deacon in that church. There was actually a big split very recently in the Anglican Church due to extreme liberalism. So now you see these things called Reformed Anglicans, right? So many Anglicans or Episcopalians no longer are in communion with the Church of England because of things like this. And those who remain in the Church of England or the larger, Church of England aligned Episcopalian Church.
Yes, and the Patriarchate of Moscow and the Patriarchate of Constantinople are not in communion with each other.
I know, but there's an important thing here.
Yeah.
There's an important thing. There's a more important.
We are completely derailing this whole conversation.
I don't know why this is.
Sorry, Andre, what would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I don't know why this is derailing. This is important to explain. The doctrines of all these churches rely on the fact that they have some sort of infallible doctrine. So you basically have churches that in their origins said, gay marriage, bad. Gay marriage, sin. Now they say gay marriage, good. Or gay marriage, okay. So these churches have contradictory views, which means they violated the core fundamental doctrine, which is that, we've infallibly preserved what Christ has passed down from us because of those contradictions. So these are inherently just not.
There is
real
no consensus amongst the Catholic, Orthodox, or whatever church on what has been transmitted and what infallibility is.
I'm not saying there needs to be. You're not even listening. You're not listening.
Rabbi, stop interrupting him. Rabbi, please stop interrupting him.
I'm interrupting.
Just let him finish. Just let him finish, please. All right, brother, please let him finish. And you can go after him. Go ahead, Andre.
Yeah? So there, I hate it. And I would whack you if you were in front of me for this hypocrisy to always come and pretend that there is a unity between Orthodox and Catholics, which it doesn't exist. There isn't a unity amongst Catholics anymore. There's a unity amongst Orthodox anymore. It's all bullshit that you keep spouting out here to make a sort of stand against Muslims or liberal Christians that has no and absolutely zero basis in reality, Rabbi. I don't even know why you call yourself that. Yeah, you're not a rabbi, are you?
I am. I teach Torah, so I'm a teacher in Aramaic, because that's what rabbi means. But what was lovely...
Yeah, again,
you're still interrupting. I thought you were done.
You're misusing terms.
I thought you were done. My fault. Continue, please. Keep.
And to be facetious,
Okay, now that you are done with that lovely rant, the issue is you didn't actually address anything I said. I'm addressing internal doctrines of each church. Each church claims to infallibly preserve the doctrines of Jesus Christ. Now, what is part of infallible preservation? That means no contradiction in doctrine. So even if there are disagreements between me, the Orientals, the Eastern Orthodox, the Presbyterians, the whoever, each of these churches make this very basic claim: the doctrines of Christ are infallibly preserved in our church. So if you have contradictory doctrines, which all of those liberal churches do, like the Church of England on homosexuality, or the other ones, I believe it was Zeleny mentioned, right, who in their origins...
For the fourth time, the point is that you're just wrong in that claim that you made 4 times.
That's not
none of these churches claim. None of these churches make the claim that we have preserved.
Yes, they do.
The correct doctrines.
Yes, they do. Yes, that is literally the fundamental basis of it. You just keep screaming, no. I don't know why this is so emotionally triggering for you. And you're still interrupting.
Us Christians.
It's so sad that you're so triggered by this that you need to interrupt. I was born a Protestant. I know this.
Can you allow him to finish speaking, please, and then you can go, Zeleny?
Yeah,
Rabbi, go ahead.
Just repeating something he repeated 4 times already.
Because it doesn't seem to get into your head. Yeah, the churches do claim. Oh my God, it's still crying. Still crying.
All right, Rabbi, please.
Okay, are you gonna whine or keep repeating it for the 5th time so we can move on with the conversation?
I'm the one whining, but you're the one.
Yeah, stop whining and repeat it for the 5th time so you can go on with the conversation.
Roman Catholic Church.
And now we have the second whiner to come off
the
mic too.
Assumption of Mary.
This is what happens when you become a liberal Christian. You become basically a child that wants to cry so we can protect the gays.
That's very, very
recent. Rabbi finish, please. Yeah. Please let him finish. He let everyone else finish. Please wrap it up, Rabbi, if you could.
I would have been done a while if it wasn't for these guys. Anyway, because of these claims
of these...
now he's still crying. Okay, let me know when you're done. Then I can finish up.
No, make the meta intro again. That will make you finish your point quicker.
I would have just been done a while ago if you were able to show the composure of a 5-year-old. But you can't. Anyway, because of the claims of these churches, we can write them all off as false Christians. They'd even go against their own doctrine, much less against Christ's doctrine, which is very clear about these things being wrong. Now, the children here, because they're liberal Christians from the West, want to pervert our doctrine and pervert our ideology and make themselves seem rational. The fact that they can't even sit for 5 seconds while I tell them the truths about their own doctrines shows how unseriously that we should take them. Yeah, any Christian that says that these things are okay, they either follow a false church, they're in heresy of their own churches, or they're just outright lying to you. And I don't know why we have to pretend that that's not.
You know what? I once had a look at when the last excommunication took place in the Anglican Church. You know when the last excommunication
please,
in 2009 when we left.
Go into those points.
No,
so
it was in the 1600s.
Andrea, that's not really. So the point is that these silly claims that this clown has been repeating for a fifth time now are like totally false and have nothing to do with reality. So us in liberal theology do not make any sort of the claim. In fact, our entire theology is based on the opposite claim, that all of our churches, so all of us liberal Christians within the Anglican tradition, within the Lutheran tradition, within the Methodist tradition, we all say explicitly that our own traditions have historically had false views, have had theologies and teachings based on mistranslations and misinterpretations of the Bible, and have had bad doctrines based on faulty thinking from Scripture and tradition, and that we are correcting all of that and returning to the true gospel of Jesus. And we are defending, we have developed this view for several centuries now, and it's very straightforward and very clear and open, and we have defended this view for a couple of centuries now. None of us in liberal theology in these churches make this claim. In fact, we have went so far that all of these denominations that have now accepted liberal theology have joined together across denominational lines. So, for example, the Church of England is in full communion with the churches of Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. The Church of England, of course, being within the Anglican tradition, and these churches being in the Lutheran tradition, and also the Old Catholic Church, the Union of Utrecht, the Catholics that have split from the Roman Catholic, from Vatican after the First Vatican Council. The Old Catholics are also in full communion with the Anglican Church and these Lutheran churches. So you have these people from different denominational traditions being in full communion, meaning ecclesiastically, they're the same church. They're one and the same church. Why? Because we have all united under liberal theology and rejected our own denominational historical mistakes in the conservative theology that our denominational traditions have accepted throughout the Middle Ages. We're saying these are nonsense stuff that was made up in the Middle Ages. People in the Middle Ages pulled it out of their ass. It goes totally against what Jesus preached. We're going back to what Jesus preached. Same has been done in the Methodist Church. Same has been done among the Presbyterians. Same has been done among the Congregationalists. Same is actually partially being done even the Catholic Church that is connected to the Vatican, like the famous Synodal Path organization that has made theological publications advocating liberal theology. So when you make a baseless claim, they claim that they have perfectly preserved doctrines historically, and look, now they changed their doctrines. How silly they are. Yeah, it's silly when you make a total straw man. Then of course it's going to look silly. But that's not what we do, and that's not what liberal theology teaches.
Okay. Because I sense Andre is doing a little double talking here, because he's agreeing with Zanelli, but then the other day when I brought up Mark 7, 19, on how it was misrepresented, it is exactly what Zeleny is saying, going back to the traditional understanding of Jesus' teachings, when it misrepresented Jesus by saying all foods are clean, and Jesus is describing it's not what goes into your mouth, it's what comes out, and he's talking about the impurities of dealing with sexual immorality, so on and so forth. Andre was arguing that the church is infallible and would not have made this mistake. And then now agreeing with Zeleny and myself, stating that some of these things, calm down. Yes, you did. Megatron. You left the room upset. Hold on. Can I finish my statement? Can I finish my statement, Andre? Because you're doing a little double talking here. All right. From what we are actually talking about. Can I just finish what I'm saying?
Fucking ego.
Can I just finish what I'm saying here?
I'm not talking to you about theology.
You don't have to talk to me. I'll have Zeleny explain it to you.
I'm never ever going to talk to you.
You don't have to. I'm not interested in you.
Double-faced hurt, abandoning, Muslim, fascinated moron.
Yeah. I'll assassinate them as long as they're assassinating Jesus' name. I'll assassinate them every day I can. Okay? You don't like that? That's
are
not
the
my
one
That's your
who's
fault.
dragging Jesus' name
So now,
and traditional Christian theology
if
through
you let
the
me
mud
finish-
every day just to gaslight Muslims. You
if you let me
fucking
finish,
coward.
Thank you, Andre, showing your emotion to how wrong you are. So, Zeleny, can you explain Mark 7:19 on how it was misrepresented by early Gentiles, not the Jewish ones that were following Christ in the second century. Later on, as this became a more Gentile religion, it is Mark 7, verse 19 has been taken out of the manuscripts because they were misquoting Jesus, saying that all foods are clean. And that is in brackets. That is a translation issue. There is a Jewish idiom there that is talking about the sexual immorality and impurities of what the Pharisees were doing with hand washing. Nothing to do with foods being clean. Andre here is a double. Andre, I don't even know why you call yourself a Christian. Or excuse.
I don't want to rub salt.
Megatron,
you wanted to speak.
You and I, we go separate ways. That's the last thing I've ever said to you now. But
well, I don't
just
want
show
to
that you were wrong about it.
But Megatron is correct. I'm actually shocked because I've heard this from the fellow here before. But yeah,
Rabbi, again, you such a hypocrite. Such a hypocrite. You know, you guys, you're the scum of Christianity on Clubhouse.
I mean, your churches house gay flags, so like, when it comes to being the scum of Christianity, I don't.
Yeah. The church you used to belong to. You know, as Caesar once said so poignantly, I hate betrayal, but I love betrayal, but I hate the traitors. That's what you and Megatron are.
Who are we betraying? Your liberal churches.
You are turn types. You turn coats. That's what you are. You're turn.
Yeah, of what?
I'm not going to take anybody seriously who changed their religion so fundamentally during their lives, and who.
Well, I went from being Anglican to a Catholic.
On
how is this such so radical change?
On making Christianity look good on this app. So screw you.
Okay, you were in the same rooms as all of us, so I don't really know what exactly you're crying about. You were arguing with the Muslims and the Jews and all these people like me, so I mean, I'm not really sure where this change came from. More so, like I said, I was born Anglican, I became a Catholic. I don't know where this radical change that you speak of
That's where people are gonna go when the Catholic Church liberalizes, and then the Orthodox, probably like when the Orthodox split into the Russian Church, that's not gonna liberalize anything soon.
Yeah, you guys want liberalism because what you don't want is order. You don't want Christianity. You want appeasement.
Yeah, we want liberalism because that is what Jesus preached there.
Yes. Jesus preached that we should be hanging gay flags from our churches and affirming that
Jesus literally mentions gay couples in active sexual.
And did he affirm what they were doing?
In the Gospels,
did he affirm
they will be saved?
Did he affirm what they were doing as sin?
Yes, he says they will be saved.
No.
He literally mentioned active gay people.
Did he affirm? You're not answering my question.
That they will be saved.
You see, you're not one. You're interrupting like a child again. Two, you're not answering my question. Did he affirm what they were doing as sin?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay, yes. Perfect. Now, are your churches, right? Are your churches condemning the sin, or when I see what's her name, that woman priest in is it Sweden or Finland? Who's saying that no, there's nothing wrong with homosexuality. When
there's
the
nothing
Anglican
wrong with
churches,
homosexuality.
Yeah,
Jesus affirmed homosexuality.
How can something be sin, but then you say that
it's not a sin? Who said it's a sin?
Oh, it's not a sin.
Who said it's a sin?
I just asked you right now whether Jesus affirmed it was a sin. You said yes.
No, I said Jesus affirmed that it's good that they're doing it.
It's good that homosexuals are homosexuals, huh?
Yes.
So Jesus is not the same God that rained fire down on Sodom and Gomorrah for homosexuality.
Yes, Sodom and Gomorrah has nothing to do with condemnation of homosexuality.
He's not the same God that gave Moses and the Israelites laws that they should kill homosexuals. He's not the same God.
There's no such laws.
Since you guys are, since you guys are sola scriptura, he's not the same God who gave Paul.
Anglicanism is not sola scriptura.
Okay, but even better, you still have tradition, and your tradition is anti-homosexual.
So are you going to just keep listing theologically illiterate claims, or you're going to focus on one of them? No, you're just going to keep listing theologically illiterate claims.
These are not theologically illiterate claims.
Every single thing you have said is theologically illiterate.
Yes,
we can go one by one. Going backwards, Anglicanism is not sola scriptura.
Because you do not want to accept either evidence from doctrine or evidence from scripture. I don't need evidence. If you say you guys are not sola scriptura, we can go back into the old traditions of the Anglican Church. We'll find anti-homosexuality there. We can go into scripture, both the Old and the New Testament. We can find anti-homosexuality there. But you want to claim and interrupt me while doing it. That, Jesus is okay with homosexuality.
Daniel, you're going to moderate it.
No, he doesn't want to. He wants to let this guy keep rambling.
You are making yet more theologically illiterate claims. Everything you said was bad shit, dumb, and nonsense.
Okay, now that you're done, right? So, I gave evidence in the Old Testament, God being against homosexuality. You people have an insane ability.
We will stand up to your evil and your lies.
You can stand up when I'm done speaking. But notice when you were speaking, I shut up. I let you speak. I let you ramble.
2 minutes while I was speaking, you hypocritical lying with no self-control and no self-awareness, and you're doing it now. You're doing it right now. You're doing it now.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
You infantile imp, you are doing it right now. You hypocrite without any self-control or any self-awareness. How do you have I have no idea how you can lack so much any sort of self-awareness or any sort of principle to say that you didn't interrupt me when you keep doing it all the time, and you keep blabbing your evil, ignorant, irrational nonsense for minutes on end over me as I'm speaking. And you have the goal to say that I'm the one interrupting and you're not.
Because you are. I was speaking when no one was talking, and now you're rambling here. But when you're done, don't worry.
And you're doing it again, you did it just now, because you're an imp. You're just a demoniac. It's hypocritical demoniac.
Perfect. Now that you are finished, I gave evidence from the Old Testament. Yeah, God is against homosexuality. And I gave evidence from, I literally cited Sodom and Gomorrah and their sexual perversion, as well as the laws in Deuteronomy. And you say, I'm the one interrupting you. Look at what you're doing right now. Now we can also go to, I believe it's Corinthians, where Paul also condemns this. Keep in mind, New Testament is also divinely inspired scripture. Since you're not sola scriptura, we can also go to the traditions of the Anglican Church, which were absolutely against homosexuality until very, very recently.
You didn't listen to anything what I said about liberal theology 10 minutes ago.
I understand you subscribe to liberal theology, and I understand that rejects the traditions of the old Anglican Church.
So why are you appealing to them then?
Because you appeal to.
Because you're a dumb person.
This is insane.
Yes,
are you done
speaking? Insane statements.
Are you done speaking or no? Are we going to
behave
like
say
adults?
Anything that's not
okay, we're not going to behave like adults. Anyway, the point is, your liberal theology is a modern invention. You don't want to accept it's a modern invention. You don't want to accept it's not supported by scripture or by tradition. You can't have a liberal theology and then appeal to a non-sola scriptura method of tradition. Okay.
Of course.
No, you can't, because then you're making up traditions as you go on. You're appealing to traditions. You're appealing to traditions post, what is it, 1950, 1960. Go show me these traditions in the 1500s when Henry VIII left the church. Go show me these traditions with Martin Luther. Go show me these traditions at the beginnings of any of these liberal theology following churches. That's the point. You're not appealing to anything other than what you want to personally appeal to.
Rabbi, you're not appealing to anything with that argument either, because if you just appealed to traditions, like you would still be
I'm a Catholic.
marrying a 9-year-old, you know?
No, I'm not a Muslim, so I don't know what that has anything to do with that.
Yeah, so the point here that he's just making silly claims. He's saying oh, you're appealing to these traditions, and I keep saying we don't appeal to them. He just keeps talking
that's my
as if nothing was
You're
said.
not
Because he's just theologically ignorant clown. He doesn't even know what the Anglican trilateral is or why.
You're appealing to modern interpretations and understanding that have no basis on anything. That's the point.
Wait, Rabbi, what church?
You just keep
what church are they
saying
saying agrees with? What church are they saying agrees with abortion?
With what?
Their doctrine. What church are they saying agrees that they have a doctrine that agrees with abortion?
The modern.
Yeah, the scripture is fine with abortion.
I can't even speak.
So we are fine with abortion.
No, they're okay with miscarriaging, but not abortion. Abortion.
It's these modern,
No, the Bible is totally fine with abortion.
It's these modern, no, it's not.
Yep.
It's the interpretation of these modern.
Didn't they ask them to rip the babies out of the Canaanites?
Well, that's a different
abortion.
point. We don't really appeal to that. It's more about the test of the bitter waters and the Exodus commandments about the.
Yeah, she would have a miscarriage. She would have a miscarriage, not an abortion. That's a miscarriage.
Yeah, that's a death of a fetus that's been induced by.
No.
Something that's called an abortion.
See how you're wrong. You're so wrong on that. Look at the definition. That's a miscarriage.
Yeah, let's look at the definition. Abortion is the definition is a man-made induced miscarriage.
Oh! Thank you.
Yeah. So when a priest gives the woman the bitter waters and she drinks it, and that's a humanly induced miscarriage, what's that? Abortion.
No. Can you show me? Please define abortion in your way. When somebody takes the morning after pill, is that a miscarriage, a forced miscarriage, or a forced abortion? When you take the Plan B pill, just look it up, please.
Make it clear you're asking for the definition of abortion, but you have the definition of miscarriage being the death of a fetus. The death of a fetus is within his premise, his question, sorry.
So explain the Plan B. What is the Plan B pill? Explain.
Abortion is medically
induced by man. Is the Plan B pill an abortion, or is it a miscarriage? Explain.
That would be an abortion.
These are interchangeable terms. The point is that there is a humanly induced end of pregnancy that result. There's a humanly induced end of pregnancy that results in the death of a fetus. That's the point. We can avoid both the term abortion and the term miscarriage to avoid confusion and just go with what's going on.
Okay, so explain to me what is the medical term for the plan.
That's the medical term.
No, define it. What? Oh, because you're realizing how wrong
Plan
you
B
are about
pill
this definition.
would be an anti-contraceptive.
Thank you. And what is that? Is that an abortion?
No.
No, it stops. It stops.
Thank you. So what is he? So what is he talking about? What is he talking about? They agree with it.
That's the thing. He has no answer.
How is this related to anything?
When we ask him
because this guy Zeleny is so twisted.
No, he's super twisted. When you ask them,
what is twisted? You're just talking rambling nonsense.
When we ask them these doctrines that you support, pro-abortion, pro-homosexuality, where do you find them in Scripture? Oh, but we're not sola scriptura.
In the Bible.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're not sola scriptura, so we don't find them in the Bible. Although he says that we're going to find them in the Bible. Yes, there's evidence in the Bible. Oh, Jesus talked to homosexuals. Jesus talked to all sorts of sinners. He didn't say their sin was okay.
That's not what we say.
Okay, so where's the evidence in the Bible then?
For what, specifically?
That homosexuality is not a sin.
Okay, so there are 2 points that prove that homosexuality is not a sin. First point is that all the clobber verses that you trans appeal to are your mistranslations and misinterpretations of the verses. So there is no condemnation of homosexuality. Second point is that there are interactions of Jesus with homosexual where he doesn't condemn them, and there is a part where he mentions sexually active homosexuals and says they will be saved.
Okay, lovely. Now, you gave the exact 2 arguments I thought you would give. Now, number 1, when you look at the Greek of the word used to describe homosexuals, because that's a more modern Latin term, yes, in that context in Greek, those who fuck little boys, or whatever the actual word is, I'm forgetting. Yeah, that is what was used to describe homosexuals. So, yeah, we understand ancient Greek by the context in which it's used. Actually, yes, we do, because we understand ancient Greek by the context in which it's used in ancient Greece or the ancient Greco-Roman world, not by our modern renditions of what we want to think ancient Greek means because we want to tap dance. Now, number 2, which was the more stupid point.
No, what do you mean number 2?
You gave 2 arguments.
You didn't deal with number 1.
I did deal. You just said some dumb shit. You keep saying, you're just saying some dumb shit.
Don't run away from point number 1. Don't run away from point number 1.
He's literally running away.
Said some dumb shit.
Oh my God.
Like, you don't even know which Greek words you're talking about. So you're probably referring to the arsenokoitai, which is like in Corinthians and Timothy. And that word, like, also doesn't have to do with children. Like, that's a cultural interpretation. It just means men better. And that word is referring back to Leviticus because it's talking about, like, men bedding with other men in the human ways. And we're accepting, like, that Paul is referring back to Leviticus. We're just saying, like, Leviticus is not about condemnation of gay sex.
Yeah, because again, the Hebrew word now what you're going to say is the Hebrew word used was not condemning homosexuals. These were just condemning, men who sleep with men, but what women who sleep with women is okay, and all these other things that you want to twist words to say is okay. So yes, you are using.
You don't say anything like that now.
No, because you're justifying that it's okay. You're justifying.
No, we're looking at the verse.
Yeah, by citing these verses,
or what it says.
You're citing these verses.
And your knowledge of the verse is no better than your knowledge of what we say. You're just gonna laugh and say some bullshit.
Because you literally even knew the exact verse I was talking about. So clearly, my knowledge of the verse is at least somewhat there. Now, again, you want to go say it refers back to a verse in Leviticus.
Someone is doing a lot of work there.
You want to say it goes back to a verse in Leviticus, which you claim is not actually about homosexuality, because the word used again is for men who sleep with men. Now, again, based on what? Based on your modern 21st century understanding of what ancient Hebrews were talking about. We can look at ancient Hebrew culture or any other culture in the region.
What we say or do.
So then what is your argument, since you're going to
all you have is this, like, bullshit
because I can't make my own. I cannot make my own argument without you interrupting me every 5 minutes.
You're talking about
that's not what we mean. So
what do you mean your own argument? You're talking about our argument, and you're misrepresenting it.
So what is your argument? Why this verse is not about?
And you're misrepresenting our argument.
Okay, so tell me, what is your argument about why this verse is not about homosexuality?
Yeah, because linguistically, when you look at the verse, it's not about homosexuality.
Okay. Your understanding.
It's nothing to do with, like, modern culture, nothing to do with our modern sensibilities. It's like when the best linguistics looks at the verse, what they see is that the verse is not
does not
Yes, because the words used are to do with man sleeping with man. Now, what did people mean when they said man sleeping with man? In that context, in that culture, they meant homosexual.
That's not the entire verse. That's not the entire verse.
You literally gave exactly the argument that I was rebutting. And now you're just like, oh, that's not the entire
nothing
verse.
like
You gave
that.
the verse.
Nothing like that.
It is
You don't
literally
know.
the same one.
You either don't know how to listen to things being said, or you don't know how to think at all. I did not give an argument at all. I didn't present our view at all.
You said the refusal to what I'm saying is that when linguists look at the words, it's not about homosexuality. Okay, perfect. I understand. Which linguist?
You obviously
Linguists from the ancient Hebrews, linguists from the Hebrews 200 years later, or 300 years later, or any time in and before around the year 1950. Yeah, linguists post 1950 suddenly say that, oh, well, actually, this word does not really mean
you're saying
homosexual.
false things. Like, I don't know if this is like some sort of, you're going for some sort of medal of like how many false things you can say. Like, but you're again saying a false thing. So like the linguistic analysis that is accepted in biblical scholarship that we in liberal theology accept is almost identical to a linguistic analysis that already existed among Jews in the early Talmudic era. Like basically the point that is accepted in liberal theology, how to correctly translate these Leviticus verses about men sleeping with men, etc., like is the same that was made by some rabbis.
Waiting for him to mention Talmud. Go to the Talmud. Say what
Talmud condemns homosexuality as well, dude.
That's what it says.
So it is.
It says to kill the boy and the man. It says to kill. It says to kill the young boy and the man. That's what it says. Like it says to kill the goat. To kill the goat that he slept with and the man.
And then Megatron, what's worse, I don't need to go to the Talmud with this guy. I just need to go to his early churches. Go to the first Anglican churches, the first Lutheran churches, the first Presbyterian churches. All of them condemn homosexuality. Literally, his interpretation does come at a minimum from the year 1900.
Oh my God! Why would he mention the Talmud? He just buried himself.
So it is false to say this linguistic analysis that we accept is something you invented only in the 1950s. That is totally incorrect.
My God,
it's actually 19 centuries old.
See, what's funny? He doesn't even know how to give the argument properly.
Yeah,
that's the sad part.
He doesn't get it. You think I'm challenging what the literal word-for-word translation? I accept the literal word-for-word translation.
No, you don't.
Oh no, I do.
No idea what
I 100% accept that the literal word-for-word translation does not say both men or women or any of this, right? It says exactly what you think it says.
Who says that? That's what you say. What?
But
no one says that. That's what you say.
But what matters is not the literal word-for-word translation. It is what people meant when they said this word. And the Talmud, like Barth mentioned, says to kill both the men and the boys, and it applies also to women. So yeah, your appeal to interpretation.
Yeah, that's all false.
The Talmud is so explicit.
It's not false, dude.
It literally is so explicit.
Like you're just literally like just a full-on Satanist.
All right, let's pull it up.
You're devoted to lies. Like you have a religious devotion to like make false statements.
So the early head of the Anglican Church
so the Talmudic
and the
interpretation of this verse does not apply to women.
Are they also full-on Satan?
Historically, religiously, and like theologically illiterate. The Talmudic interpretation does not apply the verses to women. You stop saying lies.
But it does actually apply to women.
No, it doesn't.
But what's more important, your own early churches, right? So when the Anglican Church splits, when the Lutheran Church splits, when the Presbyterians and all these guys were still anti-homosexuality.
Who cares?
Were they also? Oh, who cares? Okay, so they were also saying.
Are we traditionalists?
No. I'm just making sure. So the people that
founded
your own churches.
So why are you appealing to this?
No.
Are you making dumb points?
No, okay, because here's the point I'm making. You said earlier this understanding is old. This understanding isn't a modern one.
This is 1822 and 18. What is it? 1822 and 2013, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 2013. You know the difference between the two?
Yeah, the punishment is added.
I know what punishment is, and what punishment is that? What punishment? Can you explain to me the punishment? Can you explain to me the punishment on the one that's different than the other?
One has the punishment, the other one doesn't.
But why? Why is it different?
It's just how the verses are framed.
Oh, are you saying that because they do not like they don't agree with shrine prostitution? Now, shrine prostitution was a problem in the temples of the Greek temples, where they had young boys prostituting themselves, doing what? They were doing pagan practices that the rabbis were against, right? They didn't want young boys doing pagan practices inside the temple because the women were outside, right? Shrine prostitution, right? So now there is no prostitution, whether it be men or female, in the temple at all, let alone in Judaism, period. So if there was some sort of shrine prostitution going on with a young boy and a male Jew, both of them are to be put to death for what? Not only sorcery and idolatry and all this other crap that they're violating, right? There's some reason behind this. There's a reason why there's two of them and there's difference between the punishment.
No, there's not. You're just mixing up a bunch of
I'm just making it up.
and interpretations.
Now I'm making it up. So what is your explanation? So what is your explanation of this? Because I gave you other scriptures that appeal to...
But he has no explanation because his first claim...
But let's hear what he has to say.
No, but here's why we don't even need to hear this. His first claim was that this was the understanding of the ancient Hebrews. Now, when you go to any time period, the ancient Hebrews in their Midrash, the early Protestants, when they separated the Catholics before them, or really any time before the 1800s or 19th century, you don't see this interpretation. But he said, no, this understanding comes from way before. Okay, so show it before the 1800s.
Yeah, it's in
show us
the
these
early
gay,
Talmud.
loving Christians before the 1800s.
It's in the early Talmud.
It's in the early Talmud.
Yes.
Show us, give us the number. Give us the number to what year? What year? Is it Midrash?
No, I mean, yeah, exactly. There are two problems.
Give us,
we have passages.
Give me the rabbi, give me the name, give me the number.
We have passages in Talmud, not just condemning homosexuality for men,
and what Midrash is this of what? No, wait. Let's not let him get away with that. Give me the Midrash of what? 1822 or 2013? What is it talking about? What is it? What is the Midrash on? What is it on?
About both of the verses and their...
Okay. So what rabbi? Give me the number.
Discussing...
Give me the number. Give me the number. What rabbi? Give me the number.
God damn. It's discussing...
I'm not taking your word for it because you're just saying things.
No, I mean, but
now we have to get to the brass tacks. Now we're getting down to the point where you're going to have to prove your claim.
No, and the best part, Boris, we already have...
You're letting him get away with it, Rabbi. You're letting him get away.
Oh, yeah.
We can't get to the brass tacks because, I can get to the brass tacks, but you're like playing tic-tac-toe.
No, give us the verse. Give us the verse. Give us the verse.
Yeah, give it to me. Give me the Midrash.
Like, you're just simping out.
No, just give us the verse, dude.
Yeah, just give me the Midrash.
What do you mean the verse?
Give us the
interpretation. It has to be an interpretation of a verse. That's what it is.
Yeah. The Talmud is not divided into verses. So
that doesn't matter. Give us the Midrash, give us the section, give us the line, give us the...
It matters to show how theologically, historically, and religiously literate you are.
Okay, that's fine. I'm illiterate. You're literate.
Every single statement that you have made in the last...
Okay, that's
we're literally just throwing out... We're literally throwing out any option for you to give me any kind of representation of what you're saying. We ask for the rabbi, we ask for the book, we ask for the Midrash, we ask for anything. Verse, number, however you want to categorize it.
Yep.
That we can look it up.
Yeah, and I started to explain what's going on there.
I don't need your explanation.
We don't need that explanation.
Give me the quotation.
Yeah, you can just go keep imping out. I can go and try to give my explanation and explain what the rabbis are saying.
No, I want to know it. I want to know it firsthand. And while you do it, I'm gonna actually look it up myself.
Give us the reference, please. We have all day. Just give us the reference, huh? Me, I can give references contradicting that opinion, but I want to hear your reference. And I also find it funny you're appealing to a book that says that your God is boiling in a pile of shit, but, that's a whole other discussion. But please, while you're at that book, just give us the reference.
You're just, again, making a...
Well, you don't have to bring that up because, not for nothing, that's such a small set. That's not even like a point.
No, I mean, it's not really relevant.
It's not that relevant. No.
But I just
it's
want
not relevant.
for this guy.
He just wants to
Christians will go to the Talmud. Christians will go to the Talmud for many different things. So I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask this. I'm gonna go to weapons of mass destruction and ask this one. Can you give me any quotation from the Talmud that condones homosexuality? Give me any information about
ourselves to be included.
Oh, no, it's relevant to that. What Bart was saying is relevant to the explanation. Mr.
Yeah, definitely. No, I'm asking my ChatGPT on the side while he does it.
Yeah,
it looks like what you're referring to isn't...
No, it doesn't exist. I just...
Isn't a work that... What? Oh, no. Oh,
yeah, I just checked myself. No. Talmud doesn't have verses permitting homosexuality. That's what's funny. But, Cynic...
Talmud doesn't have verses, you ignoramus.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. I'm an ignoramus. Let's say the Talmud doesn't have.
You're literally illiterate.
I am allowed, or whatever Judaism is.
Of the very rudimentary basics about the thing.
Yeah, I know. But I'll explain why this is relevant, Cynic. So the issue, Mr. Zeleny here wants to claim that modern liberal, pro-abortion, pro-gay, pro-all the rest Christians are in fact true Christians. Why? Because their doctrines are supported biblically and...
Okay, so Sanhedrin 54a? No, I got it.
That just doesn't align historically with Christian.
Be quiet, you heretic. So go to Sanhedrin 54a.
Aren't you the one who says Paul is a homosexual? Wait a second.
Yeah, that's you, right? I have no problem with saying that. I'm not.
I'm the heretic. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can do that.
Mego, why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
I don't know, dude. It's the craziest thing.
I have my reasons. Let's not switch the conversation. I don't know why you doing this. Let's
imagine
the one thing at a time.
Imagine thinking you're like the main polemicist against Muslims, or like you're this crusader, and you're literally one of your banner cries is literally Paul is a homosexual.
Why is he doing this? Can you just put him down for a second?
Imagine.
Just put him down so we can handle Zeleny really quick.
I'm fighting for the Fuhrer, and the Fuhrer.
Okay, I don't understand why. Okay, thank you. So we're gonna go to Sanhedrin 54a. A man who has intercourse with a male, both are legitimately or eligible to stone. That's Sanhedrin 54a. And he says that they're not in numbers. How do you pronounce this? Gotta get more Jewy over here.
Well, while you're figuring out the pronunciation, there's also Yevamot 6:6. Which condemns homosexuality in women. So,
Yaganov, 83b. The Torah forbids intercourse in an unnatural manner. This is same-sex relations are classified and against the created order. Again, Sanhedrin 58a. Why is it called abomination? Because it's a divination. That is Sanhedrin 58a. You want me to keep going? Yaganov 76a. Women who engage in sexual acts with one another are disqualified from marrying a priest. We're gonna go to here. I mean, the list goes on. I have like 40.
Megatron.
I have 40.
Megatron, you're completely wrong. So we are all clear that sexual intercourse between men is totally forbidden, and it the punishment is death penalty, right? So that is not the issue, right? That we are here on one page, but if it comes woman to woman, there's no death penalty required. Okay?
Yeah, I just said
put
that.
it in the chat.
But
it's condemned, yes.
There is no death penalty for women. You are correct.
It is forbidden. It is forbidden, but it is not. It is not. It is forbidden.
No, I know. No, that's not even the contention about whether there's death penalty. The contention is that this genius, Mr. Zeleny, wants to claim that his pro-gay, pro-abortion stance is rooted from early Jews all the way through, the 13th century,
the Torah
15th
law
century,
and Talmud. He's saying in the Talmud and Torah law.
Yeah, he said in the Talmud that we can lie for homosexuality.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
this is just a compulsive need to lie.
Now,
Can you stop saying what I'm saying?
I'm illiterate.
Stop lying.
Mr. Sicario here is a Jew. Mr. Sicario, does your Talmud affirm homosexuality?
You don't need to lie about what I'm saying.
But I'm not lying. I'm quoting you. You're the one who said that we can find affirmation of homosexuality in the Talmud.
So
let's ask the Jew.
Such a great compulsion that you needed to mention some sort of
does your
13th
Talmud?
That I have this
Sicario, does your Talmud affirm homosexuality?
13th century. Where did you get the 13th century from?
Because you're the one who appealed to the Talmud, so I'm assuming that it must have maintained itself to the 13th century, through the 13th century all the way till today.
Now that you mentioned the 13th century in relation to my view, I say, where did you get that lie
because
from?
You went all the way back to the Talmud. The Talmud is in between. The Talmud precedes the 13th century, which is in between the.
Okay, and how did you get the 13th century from?
I just gave a random date. We can really go.
So you're just randomly making up stuff.
What's the point? You're
admitting that you are randomly making up things.
No, I'm not randomly making up things. You're just ignoring the point of what I'm saying. Mr. Sicario,
you just lied.
The Talmud, holy shit, this guy is insane. Mr. Sicario, does your Talmud affirm homosexuality is permissible or otherwise okay?
Explicitly prohibited, and the sentence between man and man is very clear: death penalty. If it comes to woman, it is forbidden, but it is not considered to be adultery.
Perfect. And so, what would you say to a Christian? And I use this with all generosity here, who claims that the evidence of his pro-homosexual stance can be found in Talmud.
There are only two.
I don't know what I claim.
Can you make your point clear, Zeleny? Because I was a little bit confused. I was in the audience. I'm not sure what is your point.
Yeah, my point is that when the rabbis are having discussions about the verses from Leviticus, 18 and 20, and they have this same phraseology about men lying with men, like with women, as traditionally translated into English. And they have this discussion about the phrase mishke ve'isha. And there are these several different views that they propose. And of course, the mainstream view is the one that condemns sexual relations among homosexuals in general. That's the view that gets accepted, and that's famous. But my point was to refer, which of course I couldn't get out and got over the heads of these guys, is that among these alternative minority views of the Talmud, one of the views that is mentioned of how to interpret the phrase mishke ve'isha is actually an alternative view. I mean, both of the alternative views actually allow gay sex in general, but specifically the third view that I'm referring to is identical to what in modern liberal theology is accepted, both in liberal Christianity and liberal Judaism, namely in Reform Judaism and Conservative Judaism. In fact, the main biblical authority behind this in linguistics, Jacob Milgram, you might know the name, from Jewish circles. He's a rabbi inside conservative Judaism. So he is the main guy responsible in Yale for editing the tome of the Anchor Yale Bible Study Commentary Series, which is the most authoritative scholarly publication of how to translate the Bible. And he edited the tome that covers the later part of the book of Leviticus and covers these two parts. And he gives what in his view is the best modern linguistic reading of this verse, and that reading matches that third view, the most minority view in the Talmud that is mentioned for how to interpret the phrase Mishkevesha. So that's my position, much more nuanced.
I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from. Yes, I know where you're coming from, but that is completely false. I mean, you can rely on progressive or liberal Judaism, but that is not what we are talking about. Someone brought up Midrash. So you have to understand, Saleni, that there are two kinds of Midrash. First Midrash is Haggadah. Means Midrash Haggadah is about opinions, about explanations, about different point of views coming from different angles. That is what Midrash Haggadah means when we speak about a specific verse. Then we have Midrash Halacha. And Leviticus 18, I can grant you that Midrash is Halacha, means that is binding. There's no way out. So there's no room for interpretation. That is Midrash Halacha, which means that homosexuality, man between men, explicit is condemned by death penalty.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I have nowhere claimed that the main view accepted in the Talmud, on which there was the final decision that this is the official interpretation, is these views that are accepted today by us liberal Christians, that are accepted by Reformed Jews, etc. That's not my claim. None of us claim this has been historically accepted as the official view. We're just saying that us today, when we did the linguistical analysis of the verse, the conclusion that we came to is the same conclusion that was reached by the minority of these rabbis historically in the Talmud, whose view was not the official one. So their view was ruled to be wrong historically. But we are now saying our view today is that actually we agree with that minority view from the past.
Yeah, but you have to understand. You have to understand, if some rabbi, even in the first or second or third century, when the Mishnah and the Talmud was compiled and edited, if they would go against Midrash Halacha, which means against a Midrash which is binding, that rabbi or that Jew would be considered as heretic. There's no way out. You may have some different interpretation in private, but Midrash Halacha is very clear. You have to follow that.
No, that's fine. But
even early, but you have to understand, in Judaism we have a lot of opinions and a lot of different point of views. But if it comes to Midrash Halacha, there's no way out. You have to accept it because
that's fine. Okay, you need to accept it.
But you are talking about
of Orthodox Judaism.
Yes.
But I'm not an Orthodox Jew.
Yes. So look.
And neither is Jacob Milgram. He's a conservative.
Yes. I do not accept. If it comes to Judaism, I mean, I don't like the term Orthodox Jew or ultra Orthodox Jews. I like to use the term Torah observant. Okay, because that goes back at Mount Sinai. Liberal Judaism, progressive Judaism, was invented 100 years ago by Abraham Geiger, a crazy German Jew, okay, whose only goal was to assimilate the Jews into the Christian world. So liberal Judaism, progressive Judaism to me is heretic, to make it very clear.
It's fine. That's fine. We know what your views are. We're just disagreeing with we don't accept those views. That's the point. We know you, Jacob Milgram knows that from your perspective, he's a heretic. He doesn't care. He keeps doing his, being a rabbi
Milgram,
in the conservative synagogue. He keeps being he kept, he was alive, but he kept being, the biggest scholarly authority on translations of the book of Leviticus in secular academia. He didn't care that he was considered heretic. He knew that your perspective considers him a heretic. That's fine.
Yes, I go with the Barbanel. I go with Rambam. I go with the Tamaim, who wrote the Talmud. And all the sages and scholars in the earliest centuries. That is our authority, not some crazy Jew sitting in California and he's a member of liberal Judaism or progressive Judaism. I don't care. So to make a comparison, to say here that it is in the Talmud written that homosexuality is not condemned, that is a lie. That's not true.
Yet there are.
We got you on recording, Zeleny. We got you on recording, so lie all you want. We got you on recording. That's why I love these rooms that are recorded.
I know. He literally appealed to the Talmud forbids it. That's the best part about it.
Which is the reason why we asked him, we gave him outs. We were like, either give me the number, right? And he's like, oh, it's not written in numbers. Meanwhile, I'm giving him the number. And then on top of that, I said, is it Midrash? Is it Midrash? And he didn't bother saying it's Midrash or not, right? Because Midrash, I would have known right then and there what he was talking about, where he was going, right? But he didn't say Midrash. He said Talmud.
Yeah, but so you have to understand, again, there are two kinds of Midrash. There are only two kinds. One is Haggadah, which is not binding, and one is Halacha, and that is binding. There are the two differences. The majority of the Talmud is compiled with Midrash Haggadah. Only 7 to 8% of the Talmud is binding.
Yes, and you and I both know the ones that I read are going to be ones that favor Christianity. You and I have these conversations all the time, so I know where he was going to go, and this is the reason why he didn't want to admit
where anyone is going to go.
You see what I mean? So he that's why I asked him about the Midrash, because he didn't want to give it, because he would have known that what he was talking was hogwash. But he said early on Talmud.
What the fuck are you rambling
he said
about?
early on, and he said Talmud.
Look,
right?
let's go with it.
I was really interested.
Sicario,
really interested.
Sicario, is it the fact that in those majority of the text of the Talmud, those non-binding, views for the Orthodox Jews, is it the fact that there are various views there that disagree with the binding rules?
He doesn't even know what Orthodox Judaism means. You don't even know what Orthodox Judaism even means.
Can you shut the fuck up and let the guy answer?
He said he didn't want to appeal. Can't you respect him and say he doesn't want you to appeal to Orthodox Judaism? He said Torah observant Jews. Can you at least respect what Zeleny? Can you respect his wishes, please?
Can you let the guy answer my question?
Look, I muted everybody. Please, what the fuck? Let's go one at a time. Zeleny, finish what you have to say, and then, please, guys, what is going on? No one can fucking hear what's being said if two people are talking.
Well, it's because you permitted this.
Two guys are imps who have no self-control, and he's doing it again.
I'm doing it again.
Said that
Let me finish, please.
No, he's still doing it.
If you continue to be disrespectful to Sicario, he's gonna leave.
There you go. Two imps. They keep doing this for the last half an hour. I haven't been able to make any points. The first full point that I made was just now when Sicario asked me, so I made it to him. My question was now to Sicario. You mentioned this two parts of the Talmud. There's the majority of the binding stuff, the majority of the non-binding stuff. I'm just asking a simple question: that is it the fact that in many instances of this non-binding stuff, you can find opinions of various rabbis who disagree with the binding opinion? They lost, their view was ruled incorrect, but it's recorded in Talmud, right?
No. So again, I guess you did get my point. So first, what we have. So what is the base of the Talmud? It's the Mishnah, right? Mishnah concludes all the laws and all the religious texts which are applied to the law. So that is the foundation of the Talmud. All the midrashim who are assigned or attached to that verses of that religious text, there is no way around to see it in a different way because they are binding. Then you have in the Talmud various instances which are called Midrashim Haggadah, which are not binding, and it can be, for example, a lot of scenarios discussed based on verses, but the verses are not religious like in the Mishnah. You have to understand that. All the bindings, I would say, all the midrashim which are binding and are discussed in the Talmud are always, or the majority of them, are referred to the Mishnah, to the religious text about the laws. For example, you asked me, right? But you don't like my answer.
You didn't answer my question, but that's fine. Go on. Not answer my question.
I answered your question. There are different opinions, of course, in the Talmud discussed by rabbis.
Yeah, that's all I asked. That's all I asked.
Yes, but the conclusion, you have to understand, there is only one conclusion if we speak
fine,
about.
I agree with that.
Okay, why did you ask? So why did you ask if you know the answer?
For you to, the question was for you because like these two hymns consider you like authority to like what's in the Talmud. For you to confirm this very simple and plain fact about the Talmud, so as to show that when he says that I'm saying nonsense, what I said was hogwash, so I can show that that's like illiterate nonsense. Because I wasn't saying that the view that I'm appealing to is the main view or is the official view. I'm saying is the minority view that's listed in the Talmud, and it's one of the minority views that it disagrees with the official view that like was the majority view. And by the way, as we're doing this, I found like the references for the views because I don't have them off the top of my head. And both of these alternative views on how to interpret Mishkei from these Levitical verses, both of the alternative views are recorded in Yevamot. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Yevamot is not a Midrash book, right? It's part of the Mishnah and Gemara.
Yes, so what is the point?
Okay, so I'm not even appealing to the Midrash. I'm appealing to Mishnah and Gemara and the difference of opinion among rabbis within the Gemara. So I'm not even appealing to the Midrash. I'm appealing to like a more core source for this difference of opinion.
I didn't understand the word
like,
you said, Sicario.
The correct thing is he doesn't care. He's appealing to a minority opinion that is rejected and that holds no weight in a
that's
tradition
fine.
that doesn't
I didn't anywhere claim that this opinion was accepted as the official or the majority view. The only thing that I claimed 15 minutes ago is that this view existed historically, which is what you laughed at because you're a historically illiterate clown.
I laugh at it because, as I was about to say, you appeal to a minority view in a tradition that rejects this minority view, and in a tradition that
you concede that I was correct that this view exists historically.
And in a tradition that not only rejects your worldview, but also which your worldview also rejects.
Okay, that's all fine.
This is
I
like
agree
me
with all of that.
appealing to
I agree with all of that.
This is like me appealing to say that Saturn exists by
No,
appealing
look,
to
I
a
agree
minority
to all of
of flat earthers that aren't even accepted by the mainstream.
It's
Flat
just
Earth
going to keep
opinion.
rambling on. Like, I agree to all of that, and I conceded all of that already.
Which means that your
Can you now
and
concede that I was correct that the view that I'm proposing exists historically?
You were correct in appealing to a bunch of retards who are also rejected by other people.
Where can you be a Torah observing Jew and be homosexual?
Can you concede that my view
No, I'm never conceding to that.
I don't see the point in conceding to anything.
Never conceding to anything you say,
Admit
Lenny.
that you were in the wrong.
You're saying the Torah, is okay with abortion.
It's a modern, made-up view.
You're saying that the Catholic Church is okay with abortion.
You claimed that my view is made up only in the 1950s and after.
With serious authority, yeah.
And
your view only has serious authority post the 1950s.
You're a homosexual baby killer. Who cares?
Let's just be honest.
bullshit on that
Let's
point.
just be honest. You're pro-gay, and you want
Do
to
you
find
concede
extreme
that you were
opinions
wrong?
of false
Do you
doctrines that
concede
are
that you were
pro-gay
wrong?
to support you.
Do
You at this
concede that
point
you
might
were
as
wrong
well
on
just
that point?
at this point you might as well just cite the hadith of
Do you
Al-Zud
concede
to
that
say
you
that
were
you're
wrong on
correct.
that point?
No. No.
So you're still denying the fact that this view that I'm proposing
No, I'm not denying that.
did not
I never
exist
said that.
historically.
Yeah,
I
show
never
me
said
the
that,
Catholic
but,
priest.
okay.
Show me the Catholic priest.
Why are you
and
switching the topic?
Torah
Why are
observing
you switching
Jew
the topic?
who are homosexual.
Why are you running
child
away?
No one's running away.
killers.
You
Why are you switching
hyper-focused
the
on this.
topic?
None of them are. None of them
Why are you
are
switching the topic?
with your.
My
We
claim
we
was
asked you for
that this
historical
view
evidence of your view that was taken seriously.
in
No,
his-
it doesn't exist, right? It's a
Yes,
modern.
it exists, of course. Like
Yeah,
some people
of
felt
your
it.
view being taken seriously, it does not exist in
It was taken
historicity.
seriously
It is
enough to be
only
recorded
taken
in the Gemara.
seriously- Okay, so if I record that there are a bunch of flat earthers in which there are till this day, does that mean that flat earth theory is taken seriously?
Yeah, like that. You know what? If you record that there are flat earthers, you know, if I come along and say, "You rabbi, you're such a silly person," I'm gonna laugh at you for claiming that there are no flat earthers.
But I didn't claim
like
there
I
are no
would be a
flat
total
earthers. I
idiot
claim that
in that
this view
instance
is not
because
taken
you have
seriously.
recorded
You are
the
appealing
existence
to a
of flat
minority
earthers.
view that is
You know,
not taken
and
seriously
I
in
would
a
be an
doctrine
idiot
that
for
rejects
denying
yours
the fact
and a doctrine that
flat
you
earthers
yourself also
exist.
reject.
Like
At this point, you might as well
were
cite the
huge
Muslim and the
idiots to
hadith of
deny
Al-Zud
that this
to
view
support
that I hold
homosexuality.
existed historically and to laugh
But
at
this
it
is just
because
insane.
you're an ignoramus and a clown. Like, and you are unwilling to concede a simple point where you are wrong. You were
But I
simply
didn't
wrong
make that claim.
to deny that this
You're arguing
view
with yourself
existed
at this
before
point.
1950. You claimed this view
But yeah, in
existed
all
before
seriousness,
1950.
it is not seriously. It is not taken seriously before 1950.
I didn't
maybe
claim
the
it was taken
1900s.
seriously. I claimed that it existed.
Oh, okay,
Clown.
so then,
I claimed that it
perfect.
existed.
So, well, then.
Do you still deny that it
So
existed?
do you
clown?
also cite the hadith of Al-Zud to support
Do
your
you?
position?
I'm not gonna deny that the hadith
sources,
exists
Daddy, please.
because I'm not a clown.
Do you, okay, so you
Like,
support,
if
so you use the
that,
hadith
if that
of Al-Zud
hadith
to
existed
substantiate that
historically, I'm not
Christianity
gonna
is
deny that
pro-gay.
it exists because I'm not a clown like you.
Okay, wait,
Are
so
you going to
you
concede
have
that
no
you were
issue
wrong?
using the hadith of
Are you
Al-Zud
going to concede
support
that you were wrong?
homosexuality? No,
Are you
no,
conceding
because
that you
you're
were
not.
wrong?
No, because you're not
Rabbi,
arguing what I argue. Yeah,
So
but
you
one
are
second,
still
bro.
denying the fact that this view existed
Just speak over
historically.
him because I can't.
Seleni, can you put the sources, please? I will check it, please.
I have them on my phone. I can read them out to you.
Yes, because there is nothing. No, don't read it out. There is nothing in the Talmud.
No, I can read you. I can read to you the references.
Zeleny, I'm very curious. Please read it out or make copy and paste. I'm very curious about what you say.
It's not my phone, so I'm on my phone speaking, but I'm looking at the computer screen, so I cannot paste it, but I can read the reference. You know.
Well, please read the reference. I'm very curious.
So the first reference, I can write that out. It's not long. So the first reference is Yevamot. Wait a second. Yevamot 83. Sorry, 83b. 83b10. So I typed that out in the side chat. So that gives us one alternative interpretation of Mishkeve Isha, which is a very weird one. And that's not what we accept in like liberal theology, and that's not what the room accepts.
So Lenny, I guess I put that in the chat 10 minutes ago. It's talking about sexual intercourse between women, right?
No. Like this one that I'm referring to has the interpretation of Mishkeve Isha to mean that the verses in Leviticus that contain that phrase are referring to hermaphrodites. Like that's the interpretation here. So this interpretation that I'm referring to now, Yevamot 83b10, says that the Levitical verses in 1822 and 2013 actually prohibit men from having sex with hermaphrodites in both ways, meaning both in the vagina and the anus. That's what those two verses are prohibiting. That's the interpretation listed in this part of the Gemara that I'm referring to. But that's not what we accept in liberal theology. We accept this third view that I will refer now, which is Yevamot 56b4. Yevamot 56b4. So this interpretation, Yevamot 56b4, says that Mishkevei Isha should just be interpreted as referring to the Arayot categories of people. So that's the view of Jacob Milgram in the Anchor Yale Bible study series, and that's the view accepted in conservative Judaism mostly, and Reform Judaism mostly, and in liberal Christianity mostly. So like this view says that Mishkevei Isha just means they are Arayot categories, the incest categories. Doesn't prohibit gay same-sex relations in general, but only those same-sex relations that are with the Arayot categories of people.
Okay, so what Yevamot 56b is actually discussing is the Gemara there deals with marriage, eligibility, virginity status, whether certain sexual experiences affect a woman's halachic standing. That is what it's all about in Yevamot 56. I have it in front of me.
That's fine. We don't care about that. We're just.
Why you don't care? Why you don't care, lady?
We are just focusing. On. Look, we are focusing on how to understand the phrase Mishkevei Isha in these verses. That's what the focus of our view is. Like when the verse says man should not lie with another man, the Mishkevei Isha. What are the Mishkevei Isha? Like how should that be translated? And we are saying like there are these three different views of this phrase given in the Talmud. The one is the mainstream one that was accepted historically, and there are these two weird alternative ones. And we are saying the third one, second alternative one, in our view, that's the correct one. When modern linguists apply the best linguistics that they have available to them to the Levitical verses, they say, oh, actually, these people were correct. This third view in the Gemara is the correct one. That's our view.
You are only talking. Delaney, show me the third view, because I'm really upset right now. So you're trying to force liberal, progressive Judaism thoughts into the Talmud, into a tractate, into a discussion in which you don't have any space or room to have a different point of view, like we see and read in the Talmud. So stop, dude. Okay? There is no room for your interpretation.
He loves this. That's what he does.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's what he does.
Rav,
you know him, Andrew?
Oh, yes.
Rav, just to ask.
I do.
When this, like, Yevamot
I just met him today.
83b10, when it says Rabbi Simai, in this, like, I'm looking at the Sefaria website in English, and it says Rabbi Simai. Like, is that, like, the reference to Shammai? Like, the famous Shammai? Who is this, like, or is it not? Is it, like, some other...
Simai is something else. If it's with an S, SI is a different rabbi.
Ah, okay. I never heard of Rabbi Simai, so I was like, is this the famous Shimai, just a different form of the name?
There are hundreds of rabbis.
And by the way, Andrew, he's not arguing for homosexuality in Judaism. He's arguing for it in Christianity.
Oh, no.
Based on the Talmud.
Listen, he's going to be taking a liberal take in any faith, and he's going to do everything he can to undermine any kind of traditional understanding of same-sex relationships, marriage.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Yale scholars are the best translators and understanders of the Bible. According to whom? Well, according to me and my liberal friends, and like liberal friends at Harvard and Columbia. And you, exactly.
Rabbi, I'm glad you're here. You're pretty extreme, but we need your extreme positions to kind of deal with Zeleny, because Zeleny he is so radically off the path of traditional Christianity, but claims Christianity. It's
Andrew,
bad,
like if you need him to deal with anything, you're in a way worse spot than even I thought.
No.
Like,
The point is,
you can do much better.
Bring up Benny
This guy is awful.
Zeleny, the point is he just needs to perpetually combat you all day, because you say stuff that's just so wrong. It's so off.
The only thing that he combated was your own position. Like I could have just like remained silent, and like everything he says undermines your view.
My God,
he's so bad at it.
You appealed to a
Like
tradition.
the only thing he did was say rubbish things and.
Let to recap. Also, mods bring up any Adam. You appealed to a tradition that rejects your belief, which your belief rejects. Which is
I didn't say the tradition accepts my view.
One second. Which is also a minority rejected within that position, and that is only validated by and that is only validated not by people within that tradition, but by secular liberal academics post the 1900s. Do you realize how insane this is? You might as well say that.
That is very. You just described rationality.
So according to you,
I mean, of course, you think that's ridiculous because you're a clown who can't even consider the simple point that you were wrong in claiming that my view came into existence only in 1950s and after, and you still are unable to see that you were wrong on that.
Everyone got it wrong except the liberal academics. At this point, we might as well use the hadith of Al-Zut to justify homosexuality in Christianity, and then say that, it's supported by the review of Yale scholars,
obviously some
or the review
Jews,
of Columbia
as
scholars.
recorded in the Gemara, got it right. But you want to still keep lying and saying that our view was something that we made up in 1950s and afterwards.
For Christians, yes.
Before
it
the
is not taken
1950s,
seriously before 1950.
No one held this view, except these ancient Jews, as recorded in the Gemara. You clown, you absolute ignorant clown.
But this is like saying that, in the year 100, there were people the earth is flat. So, because there were people who thought the earth was flat in the year 100, in the year 2025, if people take this view mainstream and seriously, there were some people in the year 100.
That's not what we're saying.
No, that's literally what you're
That's not what we're saying. We are saying the only extent of our claim and my claim is this view existed. If you say, flat eartherism existed 2,000 years ago, that's fine. Like, no one is going to be such a big idiot like you were in this conversation and deny that flat earthers existed.
My God, when I said that it didn't exist, I literally specified in attempts that it was taken seriously. All sorts of wild views exist in the Talmud.
You don't have to think that they were taken seriously. The only claim was that they existed. And you kept denying that, and you keep denying
because they're not
because you're a ridiculous clown. Because you're a ridiculous clown who is religiously opposed to the truth and to facts.
To the truth.
You are religiously dedicated to spreading lies. You're religiously dedicated to falsehood. You're a Satanist. You don't have the ability to grant the basic, simple fact that you were shown to be wrong. You still are unable to grant you were wrong, to claim that this view of us or of ours only came into existence after 1950. Even when you know that our views existed in antiquity, you still are denying that they
Seleni, let me cut you, please let me cut you off, because what I have to say right now will shut down your whole argument. You are aware that there is a code, a halachic code that you have to follow when it comes to discussions between the rabbis. You have to follow the majority, and that is binding. So that shut down your minority argument. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Are you listening to anything that I'm saying? When did I claim that this view that I'm talking about was the majority view? When did I claim that it was?
Never.
When did I claim?
Never. You have to listen. Seleni, you have to listen. You have to listen, Seleni. Seleni, you have to listen. Hey.
Wait a second. How does what you said? How does what you said knock down my argument when it isn't at all about my argument? That's not something that
your argument is, again, I repeat your argument. You rely on a minority when it comes to the verse we spoke about, right?
What do you mean? I rely?
1 second, one second. You brought up the argument that some liberal or progressive, whatever his name was, goes back to these opinions of a minority of groups who, according to you, and we didn't see the source, right? I guess it's completely made up. So the point, trying to make.
Made up? Sorry,
the
what is
point? The point.
made up?
You have to listen. Listen.
No, you made an accusation against me. Clarify the accusation.
My accusation comes right now. My accusation comes right now. You made an accusation because I'm still waiting for that minority commentaries in the Talmud. But now, I shut you down right now.
6 minutes
I
ago
shut you down right now. I shut you down right now.
I posted them 6 minutes ago.
And we went through. You have to listen, Seleni. Please, you have to listen. Shut up. You have to listen. So we went through, and I give you all from the Talmud, all the discussions and points that were made in your sources you brought up, and not one substantiate your claim. My point is, let me finish. And my point is, let me finish, that there's a halachic rule, if it comes to discussions, that you have to follow the majority. So your minority argument is completely destroyed right now.
What is argument? What are you destroying? You made up some alleged argument that I have, and you are allegedly destroying it.
There's no minority arguments or commentaries in the Talmud which confirms, let me finish, that homosexuality is confirmed and allowed. Now give me the source, please.
Okay, so the basis for condemning homosexuality in Judaism.
Can you give me the sources, please? I want
to
read
shut the fuck
sources.
up so I can speak? Can you now shut the fuck up so I can speak? The basis for condemning homosexuality in Judaism are two verses in the book of Leviticus 18, in the chapters 18 and 20, verse 18:22 and verse 20:13. Those verses both say men should not lie with men, the women lyings, meaning the mishkeve isha. When interpreting the phrase mishkeve isha, the main authoritative interpretation, the official interpretation, the main interpretation is that it means having penetrative sex. That's what it's meant. So man is forbidden with lying with another man and have penetrative sex with him. That is the official interpretation. That's what you hold. I agree that that's what you hold. I agree that that's the official interpretation. What I'm referring to is, and I can read the entire interpretation. So in Yevamot, for the first alternative one, 83b10, it says, the Gemara answers the Rav, stated his opinion in accordance with the opinions of the Tana, as it is taught in the following Baraita. Rabbi Simai says, with regards to a hermaphrodite, one is liable to be punished with stoning on his account for intercourse in two places. The Gemara asks, what is the reasoning of Rabbi Simai? Rava said, Sage Bar Hamedurei explained this matter to me based on this halakha found in the Bible. The verse states, and you shall not lie with the male you shall not lie with the male, the mishkeve isha, quoting from the Levitical verses. And the Gemara text continues, I continue reading. The phrase mishkeve isha appears in the plural. Now, what male has two manners of lying? You must say that this is referring to a hermaphrodite, and the plural form of the mishkeve, meaning lyings, indicates that there is a liability for both manners of intercourse with the hermaphrodite. So this is an interpretation that appears in the Yevamot 83b10, where a certain rabbi gives his opinion that the Levitical verses actually do not prohibit gay sex at all. They prohibit males from having sex with hermaphrodites if they apply the both types of sex, meaning both the vaginal and the anal sex with the hermaphrodite. And that is the thing that is being banned in these two verses in Leviticus 18:22 and 20:13. So I have read you the entire Gemara chapter, and I have given you the reference. I will repeat the reference, Yevamot 83b10. This is the chapter that I have read from the Gemara that gives an alternative interpretation of the Levitical verses. So you cannot tell me that there are no alternative minority interpretations of that verse of the phrase Mishkevesha.
Did you see in your whole life?
Well, this was a lovely argument by this, point. Well, homosexuality is permissible in Christianity. Why? Because a kindergartner in, God knows what place and God knows which era that has nothing to do with Christianity said so. This is basically Zeleni's.
Kindergartners are capable of conceding when they were wrong. You are lesser than a kindergartner because you claimed that this view of mine did not exist before 1950. You were shown to be wrong. You still keep claiming, you still cannot concede that you were wrong. That this view of mine and of liberal Christians and of liberal Jews existed 18th centuries ago, because you are a ridiculous Satanist clown who is religiously devoted to lies and falsehoods and are unable to say even one single truthful thing on this stage. You are so demon-possessed and so dedicated to your Satanist ways that you are unable to say one simple truth on this stage.
That's lovely. The point is you appeal to an authority that is not even an authority within its own doctrine. And
I did not appeal at another lie, another lie from the Satanists. I did not appeal to the authority of this tradition. I just said it exists.
The whole point.
I just said it exists.
Yeah, why did we ask whether it exists?
I just said it exists.
Your position,
I don't care about
its homosexuality.
I don't accept its authority.
But the whole point of why we're even discussing this is to justify homosexuality in Christianity.
About my position.
Oh, why are we justifying homosexuality? Because purportedly it exists in the Talmud. So yes, you are appealing to an authority that is an authority of nothing. You might as well have appealed to say that, well, some random kindergartner
I don't accept this source as authoritative for anything.
Wasteland said that homosexuality is okay. So since that opinion exists amongst this random kindergartner, then I'm going to adopt it into my religion.
Lying clown.
I'm not lying at all. And the more you scream,
authoritative for
you condemn yourself with your own tongue, dude. Replays are on. Everyone gets to go back and see how you justified this. I'm going to appeal to the Talmud as a Christian. I'm also going to appeal to a radical opinion in the Talmud as a Christian.
Can you stop being a Satanist?
This is the point.
Can you stop being a
Satanist
for a
it
minute?
exists.
Even for a minute.
It exists.
Can you say one?
No, you might as well just give me hadith now. You might as well give me something in the Zoroastrians or in the Hindu Vedas and say that, oh, well, it exists here, so we're going to adopt it into Christianity.
Marcus, are you there?
So stupid. And now he's appealing to, oh, Marcus, are you there? Marcus, please help me. Marcus, are you there? So good.
Marcus, can you mod me real quick? Hey, can I get the...
He's still begging.
Thank you. So, Rabbi, are you going to keep being an imp and destroying the conversation?
Ain't nobody care at this point. You show yourself to look like a complete...
So you're not able to be an adult? Okay, goodbye. I have shown this guy literally is unable to say a truthful sentence. Like, he has spent 45 minutes now or whatever, almost an hour, like just saying lie after lie after lie. I do not accept this Talmudic source as an authority or anything. I'm not a Jew in any sort of way, let alone an Orthodox Jew. Like, this is not an authority for me, so I'm not appealing to any sort of authority of the Talmudic source. What I did was say that it exists. And this guy, being a ridiculous clown that he is, kept insisting that this view does not exist. When it exists.
Yeah, he should acknowledge that it exists. That's not right.
And it's totally fine. And I agreed with all of his claims that, like, this view is the minority view, that it was, like, rejected by the majority of the Jews, that it is not the official view of the Jews. In fact, I said all of those things first. Like, I nowhere said this was, like, a popular view, that this was the main view. This was, like, everyone thought, like, this is a great view and they should accept it. Like, on the contrary, like, my only claim was that this view existed in history. And when someone claims, for my view, for the view of us liberal Christians and liberal Jews also, in Reform Judaism and Conservative Judaism,
that our view is like a modern invention and no one had this view before 1950. We just want to say, well, that's not really true. There are Jews in antiquity who had the same view as us about how to interpret these verses in Leviticus.
No, I think
and
right.
we can reference that in the Talmud. Yeah, they were the minority, they were ridiculed, etc. But it's just our view that they happen to be correct.
Yeah, I got you, Zelina, and I don't think that's fair that he did that. I might agree with him, and I do on a lot of things that he's saying, but I don't respect that kind of approach. I don't think that's right. Obviously, if it's a fact what you're saying, and I think that it is, I'm sure there were people that held your view. I think
that's why I said, Andrew, you can do much better than this. If this is the guy who's going to defend your view, it's awful.
I got you.
You can do much better on your own. You're capable of much better points and following the conversation. This guy, I don't know why you wanted to kind of uplift him as a necessary aid to your view. It's
no, I appreciate that. Sorry, I swallowed the chip. Sicario, what did you say? Oh, he's gone now too. What about you, Rab? Are you liberal, Rab? I don't know. What's your view?
I don't know if he left. We say FK, but he was here. Okay.
Yes, I'm liberal, and I thank you, Zeleny, for the 2 sources. I'm now checking them out.
You're liberal. You support same-sex relationships and things like that, right?
I support the attitude towards homosexuals, and I treat everyone equal.
Hey, what did that mean though? You said you support the attitude towards them? Whose attitude?
The positive attitude towards homosexuals.
Oh, okay, got it. I thought you were saying okay. That's fair.
I could mention also that this other viewpoint, I read that the first alternative interpretation, that this verse just prohibits having sex with hermaphrodites in 2 ways at the same time, basically, in one, lying. But this other view that we accept in liberal theology in both Judaism and Christianity is that the Mishkei Isha just means the Arayot. So this, when it says man should not lie with the man, the women lyings, that this strange phrase in Hebrew means in incestuous ways, basically, in this Arayot category of ways. It includes various family relations. It should be noted that the official Hebrew Talmudic interpretation of this verse does not support the traditional Christian. I should say the modern conservative traditional view. Because the modern conservative view of Christianity is that this condemns homosexuality at all in general, or the practice of homosexuality in general. So no matter how you lie, if you're a man, that's condemned in this verse. But actually, the official view of the trad, the trad view in Judaism, how they interpret, the primary interpretation is very strictly reduced in its meaning. So when they say a man should not lie with a man, the women lyings, they ask, okay, so what are these women lyings that one man shouldn't lie with another man? And then they say, well, the women lyings mean the 2 types of lyings that you can do with a woman that are penetrative, meaning vaginal sex and anal sex. So this is the explicit interpretation of the majority of rabbis about this verse. And then they say, well, because the vaginal sex is non-applicable, what this verse is prohibiting is a man
lying with another man and having anal sex. That's it. Like if they have other types of sex, that's not prohibited by the verse. Like that might be added on, like later if you have like additional authority to prohibit it. But the verse, according to the trad, like mainstream interpretation of Judaism, just prohibits anal sex between two men. Like that's it. If they have oral sex, if they are just in a relationship where they kiss and cuddle and whatever, like none of that is prohibited by the verse, according to even the mainstream traditional interpretation in Judaism. Which is why I corrected myself to not say trad Christianity, but to say like modern conservative Christianity, because in the canons of the church, like in the early Middle Ages, that's technically everything all that they prohibited in the canons. So like only anal sex among gays was prohibited. And if two gay people were to have a relationship where they like kissed and cuddled and were romantic with each other, but avoided anal sex, that wasn't technically against any canon law of the church in the early Middle Ages. And this view is accepted by a very tiny minority that exists in Eastern Orthodoxy. Like I know in my country of a priest who publicly supports this view. He says, yeah, being gay is fine. Gays can be in a relationship. They can be romantic with each other. They can touch each other, kiss each other, etc. They are only prohibited from doing anal sex. Like that's what's being prohibited, and he holds that view. He tells them you shouldn't do that. That's just the church rule established by God. But beyond that, you're fine. Yeah.
Well, it looks like the room went down on the algorithm. Come up here, Yum Yum.
Hello.
Shabbat Shalom, Inkona. How are you?
Did you say Shabbat Shalom?
I said Shalom.
What does Shabbat Shalom mean?
It means, well, it's just basically like, it's like basically peace on the Sabbath or Sabbath rest, or it's basically.
Oh, Shabbat Shalom, even though it's not the Sabbath day.
Oh, no. For me, every day is the Sabbath.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom on the holy day, because every day is holy.
Amen, because every day is under the Lord. So, it's all
I'm
good.
looking at this document. I'm willing to concede. I'm sure there's points here I'd be willing to concede to. I'm not sure who made the document, but what I would say is that something that might be off-putting is I feel like some of the points are really petty, like especially on scientific stuff, like where it's saying use dates to treat poison. Like, were they supposed to use IV drips back then to defeat poison? Like, people were just doing their best in that damn desert, man. Like,
well, are you a Muslim?
Yeah, I'd say I'm a Muslim, but I'm not really into organized religion anymore.
Yeah, so you're you're what we will call the way that Zeleny calls it, he calls us trad. He calls us trad Christians, we're traditional. We're gonna say that you're
yeah. I don't feel traditional. I feel like
you're a lib Muslim. You're a woke Muslim.
Maybe they can call me woke, but I believe the OG Muslims were woke. They didn't have a book of 2,000 plus hadiths that they were going by.
But you're pro-gay relationship, you're pro all that stuff. You probably think of more.
I think pro is a strong word. I think the better word is tolerant.
Yeah. Okay, you probably tolerate like abortion and all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I'm like, like people should be able to get it. Like, I don't think it's right necessarily that someone should get an abortion because of their career, but would I say they don't have the right to go and get it anyway? No, of course they can, because tomorrow someone can say because of their religion. Sorry, I keep getting calls.
By the way, that's a problem in Christianity, because like traditional churches, like the Catholic Church and the traditional Protestant churches, like in early modern era, explicitly developed these views like against abortion, you know, in terms of the ensoulment, and there's like a tradition of kind of not really necessarily prohibiting abortion, but saying it's a sin even if the ensoulment doesn't happen that early. You know, like there are like even early Christian books saying abortion is a sin, but in Islam it has like always been. There has never been like a mainstream decision. There is like ensoulment at conception and abortion is prohibited. Like there was always differences of views where some people said, well, like anything before the day 40 is fine, anything before day 80 is fine. I think some scholars like in the Middle Ages, you know, like trad Islam, like said anything before day 120 is fine. Like they held that, you know, the soul enters the fetus at the 120th day after conception. So before that, it doesn't count. It's not a sin to do an abortion.
My thing is more, there's a difference between saying I can't do something because of my religion versus saying the law should make sure no one can do said thing because of my faith.
Yeah.
I'm against that.
Well, the thing is all you're saying with that, I mean, from my perspective in Kona, it's like you're saying, well, I don't want to enforce my religion on somebody that says you can't murder somebody. You know what I mean? No, obviously, the interpretation of that being murder is going to be, you know, not agreed upon by everybody. But that's the very thing at issue, right? I mean, it's not really like, it's not like you're saying, hey, I think it's not quite analogous to saying something like, hey, I think that people shouldn't eat pork because, you know, God said not to. So, you know, don't eat pork. I think it's a little more, it has a little more purchase with people who aren't religious than something like that, because they themselves don't usually think, some of them do, I mean, actually a chunk of them do, but they usually don't think that the fetus has no value at all. They usually think there is some value, so they may want to fight for the life of the fetus in some context, and they don't think it's just like you can just spontaneously, you know, cause yourself to miscarry and then eat the baby or do whatever. You know, there's going to be obviously, they think
of course, but then we have to look at how Prophet Muhammad responded to these scenarios as well, or how Jesus responded to these scenarios, and bake that into how we treat other people.
Yeah, because
Prophet Muhammad didn't like screen abortions, or like none of the Muslim jurists said we need to assess before granting people abortion. People did their abortions on their own. Like midwifery was like one of the most common careers around women. People were just told how and when to conduct their own abortions in a moral way.
I Googled it.
And similar with queer people, do you know what I mean? Prophet Muhammad never killed a queer person or like anything like that, and neither did Jesus. Jesus didn't even talk about it.
Well, he did in a positive light, but that's like not really known. But like I Googled it, so it says the Hanafi madhab, which is the majority of Sunni Muslims, like 70-80% of around 70, I think, percent of Sunni Muslims, abortion is permitted up to 120th day.
16 weeks.
Malikis and Hanbalis are stricter. They permit it up to the 40th day, whereas the Shafis are divided on the issue, where some scholars and jurists permitted up to the 40th day, some up to the 80th, and some up to the 120th day. So yeah, the vast majority of Sunni like traditional viewpoints is that like the first trimester abortion is fine, like it's not a sin.
So I would say that abortion should only be for a medical emergency risking the mother's life after 16 weeks. However, would I say we should outlaw and investigate women who make these claims after 16 weeks? No. Because if you feel that way, what are you going to do about all the babies that need fostering from women that didn't get abortions? If you're not doing something, don't criticize other people.
I don't think that's right. It's not a matter of what the logistics are of how you're going to take care of the ones that are living. That's not the issue. The issue is if it's something that is, if it's a moral issue, that it's a murder, it's unjustified. If it is something like that, then it doesn't matter what the logistics are about, do you take care of them? Do we have enough housing? Do we have enough food? It's not some kind of consequential consideration. It's just, it's going to be, is it the case that it's wrong to do because it's just simply an unjustified killing of a human? That's really the question, right? So it's not really about, because it's like saying, well, if we try to protect the rights of older people who are in convalescent homes or whatever, if we try to protect the rights, try to prevent, convalescent home abuse or retirement home abuses or something like that, right? Well, people are like, well, why are you trying to prevent those? Because, if you try to prevent those, then these people are going to be living longer and use up our resources. And maybe for a pandemic, we need to have some of those resources for people that are younger, and we don't have enough grave plots, we don't have enough grave plots. Sorry, we do have grave plots, but when we put people in the grave, all the resources that we need to bury these people is a lot. And so, there's all these different ways you can argue to try to say, well, there's just a ton of reasons. There's a ton of reasons why we need to allow people to die. Sorry, we need to allow people to die, because if we did, then if we allowed people to die, it would be good for us in various other areas. That's what I'm trying to say. It would be beneficial. So if you were to let people die in these old people homes, it would be very good, because it would fill up and get resources. We would stop having to put resources towards them to do all these things to keep them alive and do all this stuff, right? So there's ways.
I would say the same. I would also say there is a difference between taking away someone's life and no longer being a source on which someone else's life depends on, right? The unjust loss of life is not treated the same in Islam as the direct murder of somebody. So back then, at least, taking a bunch of herbs that would keep you alive but would necessarily mean that a fetus could not stay alive isn't the same as murder. No Muslim jurist has ever said that there should be a capital punishment for abortion, even though there is one for murder. They would just say that this is an unjust loss of life. The strictest school on this issue, the Hanbali school, the only one who did actually say there should be a criminal penalty for it, essentially said you have to pay blood money to the baby daddy because he thought his child was going to be born and you got an abortion, which have. So compensate the baby daddy.
That helps me a lot.
Outside of that, there's nothing really.
That actually is very informative to me, and this is not like a bad against you, but I actually appreciate what you're saying there, because that informs me that Islam has just got it wrong on this issue across the board. That's very, very concerning to me.
Apparently, as did the Bible, like when in Exodus, there's a commandment. Like first in the chapter, it says, and if a person assaults another person, hits them, the punishment is a fine, monetary fine. It's it's not like that big of a deal. Like do eye for an eye or something like that. And then in the chapter it says, if there was a situation where two men are fighting and a pregnant woman gets into the fight, and during the fight she gets hit in the stomach and has a miscarriage. It says that if she is injured, on the miscarriage, if there's some injury towards her, then the punishment would be eye for an eye, life for life, meaning if she was killed, you are killed for killing her. If you lost an eye, you need to lose an eye, etc. But it says, if she is not harmed, if the woman doesn't have any injuries, any maimings, etc., is not killed, the punishment for this involuntary abortion performed on her was a fine paid to her husband.
This is really disturbing.
Same as the assault, like previously in the chapter.
This is really disturbing, but again, nothing like Islam. Islam just says if you want to do a sinful abortion, you have to pay blood money to the baby daddy, and that's not an expiation of sins. That's just a legal duty that you have to do.
Yeah, but it's interesting.
It's like
that
if you
the punishment
and kill someone
for,
and you go to jail for 20 years, God can still judge you for it on Judgment Day if He wants to.
But like in the Bible, the punishment is for quote unquote an involuntary abortion. So the women
Yeah,
didn't
well,
want
that's
to have an
terrible.
abortion.
Again, I think the Bible has a lot of
But the point is that these commandments, this specific commandment shows that the life of the fetus basically doesn't matter. It's not being punished like it's murder of the fetus. Like it's no one says like, oh, you need to die because this fetus died.
Thing in the Bible, I know about it. I was a Christian for about 20 years. Where if you're not sure if your wife is cheating on you, you give her this potion to drink.
Yeah, the bitter water.
It means that she was cheating, and if she doesn't, it means she wasn't. And as an African, I have huge objections to some of these pills and potion remedies within the Bible, because I say, how do you accuse us of being a cult for our traditional medicine when you've got traditional medicine that's designed to cause miscarriage? My traditional faith doesn't have that.
That's weird because it's a miracle. It clearly is something that God is doing. It's not. This isn't something. Then you just read the text. This isn't something that's just like, oh, this has some property. We're taking some the eye of newt and mixing it with whatever elderberry, and now it's creating some. No.
So if my ancestor brews some beer and puts in some traditional Zimbabwean herbs and a strand of your hair, and prays in the morning that you turn into a goat, and you turn into a goat. Is that God?
No, that's why. This scripture is clearly saying that God would do it. The priest would be involved. This is not something that is like that. So no, I don't agree. But I'll just say this. The other thing is too about the woman getting hit in the stomach and either miscarrying or having a premature birth. Now, the Christian pro-life scholarship on this is going to agree that is not. Because the word that's used there, the word that is used for that people are saying means that people yata, right? They want to say that means miscarry. And I'm saying, and I think what the pro-life position is that every place that the word yata is used, it's always born alive in every case. So it's just not, you're not constricted to taking it this way. And I wouldn't want to, obviously, because I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, and no secular scholar exempts it.
So, Andrew,
only the pro-life Christians who read the verses.
I'm trying to understand. Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm definitely pro-life. But I'm saying...
Okay, no, I'm pro-choice, but I'm not pro-abortion. But I'm pro-people's choice. Because why should because if I say my God gets to decide what happens to other people's bodies, what if you say your God gets to decide and then someone else says their God gets to decide? We're going in circles.
I never understood that kind of approach. It just seems pretty clear to me in Kona that if you have a God that is God, okay, it doesn't really matter what other people think. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
What?
I don't know. I don't believe that. I don't feel that way.
Well, that's because you don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where your convictions are, but if you, for me, it's not a matter of faith. It's not like I'm like, oh, I'm blindly just cards in on this guy, and I think that he might have existed, and he likely rose from the dead, and he's likely God. No, that's not anywhere close to what my position is.
Of course.
Christ is God. And it is the case there are declarations on what we should and should not do.
Okay.
And,
so I'm equally sure about what God says.
Okay.
And my God offers no jail time or punishment, and my prophet has never even fined anyone for getting an unlawful abortion. So whose values should be reflected in the law. Should we go to war about it? Like,
are you saying that for the sake of argument, or do you actually believe that? Or are you just saying that for the sake of argument? I'll run through it with you. I'm fine.
No. I'm genuinely saying to you, in Islam, there's only one fringe opinion and one school of thought that you should pay blood money to the baby daddy. Aside from that, there is no punishment for abortion. You're just told these are the circumstances where it's allowed. These are the circumstances where it's a sin.
Okay, so in Kona, okay, so then let me ask you, how far are you going to go with this? If you're going to say that God has made declarations, that you know God exists, this is the supreme authority of the universe. If the majority position of the planet becomes to the point where they say reading the Quran is a banned, wrong, don't do it. We don't like it. And you say, well, I want to impose my laws and my will upon these other people because thus saith God, and I want to be able to read the Quran. What are you going to do? You're going to fight for that, huh?
If people say what?
That you can't read the Quran and you can't talk about the Prophet Muhammad. You have to. You can't.
Yeah, I would be against this, but I would be against people doing that to Christians too.
No, but my point is you're gonna fight for that, right?
I would fight for everyone's religious freedom.
No. But okay, what I'm saying is that for these things to exist, you can't have mutually exclusive things existing. It doesn't work. You're not going to have.
You can read your Bible. I can read my Quran. No one can stop us.
That's not I mean, if somebody has a prohibition on speaking about Muhammad and speaking about Islam, and you think that it's required that you speak about religion, speak about Muhammad, speak about the Quran, well, one of those is going to have to give way. Now, are you going to defer to this? Well, I just don't want to impose myself on other people when it comes to that.
No, because this is a matter of freedom, not imposition, right?
Well, when you say it's a matter of freedom, obviously.
If you look at Immanuel Kant, what he wisely said, I think it was him or Locke or Mill, but I think it was actually Kant, one of them. He said, you can't will to stop willing. So I can never fight for someone to have less choices.
Wait a second.
In certain circumstances.
Yes,
you can't will to stop willing.
Yes.
I want you to be as Christian as you want to be, and I can be as Muslim as I want to be.
So,
I know my rules on abortion, and a Christian can follow her rules on abortion, and an atheist can follow their rules on abortion. And that's it.
But that doesn't work at Kona. So let's just get down to the brass. Let's get down to the brass tacks. I mean, I like what you're trying to do here, but that's not going to work. And this is kind of this move that's being done that you're doing.
It's not a move. It's just my beliefs.
No. I'm not saying you're doing it in like an underhanded way. Okay. I'm saying psychologically you've worked this out, but it doesn't work when you get to the bottom of it. So here's how this works. Okay, so you are going to say that let's just get down to business. Rape. If somebody says, if it becomes the broad opinion of people, in fact, let's just say it becomes a religious practice. Hey, we see a new person, you rape them. It's just a rite of initiation. So what we do, okay? Now you are going to say, well, Islam, as I understand it, Allah, as I understand it, said no, we don't do this. We don't just rape people. I mean, hopefully you don't think that that's okay. Hopefully you think that Islam condemns that, okay? Now, when these two forces meet, what do? Are you going to give way and just let them continue to rape? Probably not. I think Incona's going to be putting her Rambo bandana on and getting her machine gun or whatever it is to try to fight that, okay? And you're going to rally other people to do the same because you don't think that that's acceptable, that these impositions be done. And you think that God is behind you. It doesn't matter what these other people think, right?
Okay. I see where you're getting at here, and I'll tell you why for me it doesn't stack up. So I believe that, like, to an extent, morality is not just learned from religious texts. I'll explain why if you ask me. But as far as it was John Stuart Mill, not Kant, he said you cannot legitimately coerce a person for their own good, even if they wish to stop willing certain things. So when I come to you with this thing of we can ban rape, but we can't ban abortion, it's because rape includes coercion and a removal of someone's ability to make choices, whereas a fetus doesn't have the developmental capacity to make a choice in the first place. So you haven't infringed on the will of an individual in order to carry out that act.
But remember, Ancona, you're trying to relate it to me. You're trying to motivate me.
I'm not trying to motivate you. I'm just telling you how I feel. That it's not the same because of the coercion. When you try and kill someone or rape someone, you're removing their ability to make choices.
I got you, Tony. You got to track what I'm saying, though, okay? You're like telling me, you're like, look, I'll stop the rape because, that's one thing. But the abortion, I mean, obviously, we're not going to want to stop that because, that's not infringing on a right. But, of course, that's the very issue. And I'm saying if you held the position, because you, in fact, do think it is infringing on this, you think it's wrong. You think they ought not do it. But the thing that you don't want to do is you don't want to push it further to impose it on other people. That's what you're saying. And I'm saying, no, you're fine with imposing certain things. But then when it comes to things like this, you want to back away from it. And it's because you feel like there's like this broad push against it. Who cares if there's a broad push against it?
It's not a social push. It's literally a philosophical thing of one removes someone's choices, one doesn't. Abortion concerns the refusal of bodily use. You're saying, I am not going to use my body to facilitate life. Whereas rape is literally saying, I am going to use my body to facilitate a crime. I'm going to use my body to facilitate killing. Withholding your body and not being forced to use your body to intubate a fetus until it becomes human is not the same as using your body to murder someone that has the capacity to make choice.
Okay, you think
That's why I believe in, I can turn off the life support for my parents if they're brain dead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because they don't have the capacity to make choices. That's why I say you can do abortion.
Yeah,
right?
there's a difference. Yeah, well, we can talk about that. But I just want to talk real quick about what you're saying. You think you don't have, somebody shouldn't be required to give of their body to sustain life. Is that your position?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. So let's just do a little thought experiment here, and I want you to tell me how this works out for you, okay? So a woman is out in a cabin 600 miles away from anywhere, okay? There's no way for her to get to town, can't do anything, there's no civilization, no population, no nothing. She's by herself in this cabin, okay? She has an infant that has just been born, okay? There's no food in the house. The infant's extremely close to death. And the only way to sustain the infant, and the infant's already been sustained on this, is by breastfeeding. Are you telling me that the woman, it is morally acceptable for her to not breastfeed? It's not going to kill her. To breastfeed the child. She's not morally obligated to do so. She can let the baby die there of starvation. Is that your position?
A child doesn't depend on the mother to have life the way a fetus does. The fetus is an extension of the mother's body.
No. What?
The fetus isn't the extension of the mother's body. So no, I don't feel that same way about a child that's out in the world.
No. But you're.
But if a woman was, but remember, I'm saying it's both wrong. If a pregnant woman, she's 5 months pregnant and she decides she doesn't want her baby, so she's just going to do a bunch of crack and cocaine to force a stillbirth.
Yep.
I also believe that's wrong. The question is, where does the law get to intervene?
No, we don't talk about the law. Who cares?
Okay. Because I believe both things are wrong, by the way.
Okay. Sorry. We do talk about the law eventually. I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were trying to imply there by saying the law. Yes.
Yeah. So I was saying when it comes to the fetus, I don't think the law should get involved because of certain harm principles baked into how we interpret the law.
I got you.
It's different to child neglect. The child and the fetus are not the same. A baby and a fetus are not the same.
Well, but hold on. It's only because you are under the assumption that it's not a person yet. You're saying it's not a person. So
yeah.
Question. Yeah. So the issue is we have that issue. But then if it's not a person, when do you think it gains personhood in Kona? In Kona? Hello?
Hi.
Are you?
I feel like a fetus gains personhood.
You're funny. You're like, hi.
Hi, sorry. to reform my opinion on this. I'm just saying this because I know that replays are on, but because you've asked me a question I've never really thought about before, I would say...
We're going to say it's queening
at
Kona.
the point of delivery. Let me just say at the point of delivery.
Ooh, jeepers. Okay. So...
Because some people will say it's a lot earlier than that, because if we took the baby out, it would be able to survive. However, that's talking about a hypothetical situation rather than a real-time situation. So once the baby is out, whether it came out early and it's in the ICU or whether it's been birthed at 9 months.
Okay. So if somebody wants to abort prior to birthing, you don't think there's anything wrong with that? Or you do think there's something wrong with it?
No, I think there's something incredibly wrong with that. I'm just not sure if the woman should be jailed, fined.
If it's not a person, on what basis are you saying that what is the deal? If it's just a clump of cells, or it's just a developed clump of cells, why are you saying that there should be anything wrong with it? What's wrong with it?
I think it's negligence and poor decision making. Same way, I would say it's negligence and poor decision making. If you drove a car and you hit someone and they lost a bunch of blood and you were an applicable donor and you chose not to donate blood to them, I would say this is negligence and poor decision making. I would say you were so morally wrong for this, but I would not say you should go to jail. I'd just say you're a shitty ass person, and I'm glad. For the woman's sake, I'd be like, I'm glad you didn't raise that damn baby. I'm really glad.
But I'm not understanding what you're saying is actually wrong there. I didn't understand the blood donoring.
I would say you're a shitty person. Why? Because you've caused a baby to develop for 9 months by choice.
It's not a person. It's not a baby. You can't call it a baby. It's a clump of cells that developed.
It doesn't. In this case, it doesn't matter. It's a life. So what I'm saying now is about life. It's not about humanhood. It's about the treatment of life. Even if we eat meat, we're against the torture of a dog, right?
No, but in Kona, if somebody wanted to cut off a tumor, you're not going to say that, okay? And it's life. You're not going to say that. You're not going to say that. You have to make a distinction that does not work. You cannot say because it's just a human life, okay, or a living thing that is human. You cannot say that that's all it is. There's something else going on there. You need to figure that out.
No, of course, it's the connection. It's the connection and the causal relationship.
Okay, but what is it? Okay, look. If two people got together and somehow made a tumor grow, and then the person cut off the tumor, you're going to say zero about it. Okay? So it's not a matter of it being some causal connection. The two people were somehow able to create a skin growth, which I'm sure we can come up with some scenario where a person could help somebody get some kind of melanoma or some kind of thing, okay? And if they cut that off, you are not going to say that that is some moral violation there. So what is it that you're picking out? I don't know if you can even hear me because you're on the phone. Oh, wait.
Is anyone there? Hello.
Yeah, we're here, brother. We just kind of took a phone call, and then I don't know what happened. And we're met in Cornish. It's very interesting.
I have no idea about this room. Like, can someone like check
the time?
If someone can do that, I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, are you on a computer still in here, or are you on your phone?
No, I'm on a phone.
Are you on an iPhone or an Android?
An Android.
Yeah, man, I wish I had my Android still. Let me see here. I think maybe somebody, Davey, can you tell us how long it's been, or can somebody in the audience tell us how long the room's been open?
How is that even checked? Like, do I need to open like the room link in the browser?
I don't. If you're on Club Deck, it'll tell you how long the room's been running. Other than that, the only way that I know, and this is why it's good to put the time in the title. The local time to whoever's making the room in the title. That way you can tell, because they can go about 11 or 12 hours. 12 hours is the max, but it's good to stop them earlier than that. But the one way to tell, Zelini, is you open up the chat dialogue, the main chat, and you just scroll up. This is a little trick. Just scroll up all the way until you find the very first text and look at the time that it was sent. Actually, I don't even know if you can do that anymore. It might not even tell the time. Oh, wow. They took out the time, so you can't even read. It used to say, it used to tell the time when somebody was in the chat. It doesn't.
I can see it. Maybe I didn't get like the update or whatever.
Okay. Then scroll all the way to the very, 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 very top and look at the time that the first thing that was said. That's most likely going to be very close to the beginning of the room. And then you just count down,
Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, well, it's 4 hours ago, so it's fine.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, so that's the trick, brother. Yeah. Bob's here. Bob, Zelini can always, even though he's liberal and hurts my feelings, he can always redeem himself when he smashes the people who don't believe in libertarian free will. And I know you don't really care about libertarian free will, so that doesn't really matter much with you. But you do care about moral realism. And Zelini is one of the four horsemen of the moral realism. Is that right?
You're doing this like confrontation stuff.
He's one of the four horsemen of the.
What is actually funny though is that the clubhouse atheists are experiencing the full brunt of Shawnito for the first time. Really? It's fucking hilarious. Oh yeah. No, on Discord.
Right now.
Go get in there. Yeah, get in there. It's hilarious.
Zelini, you've got it. Are you serious right now, Bob? That's happening right now?
Yeah, that's happening right now.
Oh my gosh, I do want to hear this. Zelini, you might want to listen to this. I'll stay right here, but let me open it up. This is going to be too funny. Zelini,
I was about to say I can't go there. I'm banned from that place, but.
Oh, dude. If I could stream it over here. Let me see if there's a way. Let me try something real quick. Let me see, actually.
Please stream it.
Rab, so if you open Discord, go to the Clubhouse Atheist Room, and then just, if you have two devices, just play it into your speaker so we can hear it. It's really, this is going to be really good. Shawnito is hilarious, and having him talk to these guys, especially if Jack Ainstrike's there, it's going to be gold. Let me see here. Let me see what happens here.
I'm trying to figure this out. Ben, hold down the fort. I'm trying to figure it out, Zeleny. I wish you could hear this. Let me see what I can figure out. Don't go nowhere, Ben.
What did I get myself into?
Just trying to stream Discord convo here in this room.
Oh.
And the Discord convo is like with Shonito and the other atheists engaging him. Yet I think it's on PNR, Politics and Religion server. No, Politics and Religion. I don't know if you have it. If you don't have it, you can like Google it or in the server search on Discord. It's Politics and Religion. The "and" is not the word, but the symbol "and."
So what are we waiting for again?
Gatto.
I'm sorry, what was that exact?
Gatto. We're waiting for Gatto.
I don't know what that means.
Or Godot.
It's an old play by Beckett.
Sorry, sorry. It zoomed over my head for a second.
No worries.
I mean, who knows if Andrew's even gonna come back and like stream stuff or whatever you wanted to do.
You want a paradox? And this is what complicates a lot of things.
also his sovereignty, right?
It's complicated. It's nonsensical. It's a paradox. Please open your dictionary and read what a paradox is. That's
I get what you're saying, but here's what I'm saying is that God, like, what's complicated is we can't determine when God chooses to intervene or not intervene, or what interferes with his sovereign will and what doesn't, because it's all based on what he ultimately wills. And the only way we have access to that is through him giving us access. And so that complicates everything. Like, there's no way of determining what situation would cause God to intervene or not intervene. But we do know that his sovereign will does cause him to intervene, you know, in real time.
Exactly.
I don't know. I find this problematic that nothing is happening unless God wills it. So unless God wills for
No,
you
but that's
to
not
go
what
left.
we're saying. That's not what we're saying. That when God wills something, it will happen. But there are a lot of things that happen.
That
right?
is still. Go ahead.
No, hold on, real quickly. I think you guys are missing each other, and I get what you're saying, Stella. What she's saying is either things are, I'm sorry, I just want to clear this up real quickly. And Stella, you correct me if I'm wrong. What she's saying is either things are all happening to God's will, or things are not all happening to his will, meaning that there's other things that happen that God is not in control of. And if that's the case, then that means God doesn't have all control, and everything is not according to his will. Would that be fair?
There's a third middle ground, right? Which is that things happen that not because God willed them or didn't will them. Things happen because God permits them. God gives us
exactly choice. God allows it.
Yeah. So yes, we're parsing out permissive will versus perfect will.
Exactly.
Two different things.
All right, Can
I get a mic?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, thank you. So the way I see it, right? God's knowledge is not causal, right? So God knows all true propositions. He knows all the facts. He knows the truth. And I believe he's not in time. He's not in space, right? He's observing, because time is dependent on the observer as well. We as people in creation, we experience time moment to moment. That's just how it is. Whereas God, right, because he's outside of it, he's able to perceive past, present, future all at once. That's how he perceives it. So he's able to know everything. He sees the past, present, and future, and he allows things to happen. Like, we have free will. Now, because we have free will, it doesn't mean that everything that we do is known to him already. That doesn't mean that we're locked into his will. Like, it's just that he knows all true proposition. He knows everything that's going to happen anyway. It's just not causal. He's not the primary cause. We have second causality. So although God is the cause of everything, he upholds, like, creation itself, existence, like everything is possible. Like, everything exists because he allows it. But he's not the agent of our actions. We are still true agents, and he just willingly allows us to act. He allows us to have free will.
Hey, Stella, can you say the Lord's Prayer real quick?
Our Father, who art in heaven.
Before you do that, can someone please address...
Yeah, keep going, Stella.
I'm kidding. Can someone please address Dr.
No, I'm sure. Hold on. Say it.
And the word is paradox. It's been paradox for 5 minutes. These are paradoxes.
Stella, can you please say the Lord's Prayer?
Benny Adam, 1 second, because I think Luce is probably right on the money, because literally I've had steam coming out of my ears for the last couple of days of trying to figure out where I land, and I want to know where he's going with the paradox thing. Real quick, and then I'll recite the prayer. Luce?
Yes.
Talk to me. Go ahead. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
Okay, the basic gist of a paradox is where you define something, and the definition